But that was hey, Rob. What? Yeah. Any others? So let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right? 664. I am or I'm not? Okay. Well, which one do I have on 15.4, 19.1, 27, 30? What's that? That one I'm using a both or not? No, you're using 72. So this is just this. It says on the based on point based on what? Got my pen choked it? No, I'm sure. Here, I'll forward you when I forward it to the pencil. I almost know what I'm talking about. Huh? You're right. I just feel it. Well, I'll bring it in. Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Want me to bring it in? Yes, I'd like to. Back and forth. I want to be careful. Look at the time. 1 hour, 46 seconds, 1:96. 1 hour, 43.96. And then we can join, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Robert, I haven't missed anything? No, you're good. I mean, I guess we'll object to the size. So we'll see. All right. Were there other health insurance ads also by American Tobacco and Palmolive?
Yes.
And we offered evidence PTA. Oh, it's in evidence PTA Paul. And so I want to show you PDR 515. These are some of the ads that are in evidence. These are from 1949. One's on the 1949. And so they talk about the Palmolive's greater length filters the smoke on the way to your throat, right?
Yes.
What was the significance of filtering the smoke on the way to your throat?
Well, it was basically an implied health claim that you were taking out the smoke by filtering it through the extra length of the cigarette. So it was implying that it was, basically better for you. They used the word mild. Well, again, this is, showing you the design innovation of Palmolive. Palmolive had existed for many decades, but in 1939, I believe it was, is when they introduced the extra length to Palmolive, where they talked about, filtering the smoke mildly. There weren't really filtered cigarettes, so this was really an innovation to make the smoke milder on your throat, smoother. And in addition, you get extra puffs, anywhere from five, extra 5 or 10 or even 17 extra puffs, as they're talking about here when you smoke. It is, because the traditional cigarette at that time, like the Camels, the Lucky Strikes, were the 70 millimeter in length, and they had increased the length, just adding about 10 more millimeters to the cigarette. Yes, it is.
Pirate Chapel is a really important message from Pall Mall and the cigarettes. If you want a cigarette that gives you satisfying flavor, so friendly to your taste. Here's something you want to know. For the flavor and mildness you enjoy, fine tobacco still serves its best. Now that's important. For the flavor and mildness you enjoy, fine tobacco still its best. See what Pellmel's delights of traditional fine tobacco travels the smoke further, filters the smoke, and makes it mild. So friendly to your taste. Yes, Pellmel's delights filters the smoke, but does not filter out the Pellmel flavor. And you might either end. So, get satisfying flavor, so friendly to your taste. Buy Pellmel famous cigarettes in the distinguished red package today. Outstanding. And they are mild.
And so, Robert, if you don't mind, can you hold the last paragraph of cancer by talking again? So here, where it says, cancer workers want something done and done now. Based on present clinical knowledge to alert the public, right?
Right.
And so, at around that time, what I asked, in order to alert the public, were they also using holiday as Santa Claus to promote smoke?
Yes, they used every holiday opportunity they had. So obviously Christmas, but even Father's Day, Halloween, you'd see them using the holidays to market their products. So usually as gift packs or cartons that they would promote as gifts for the holidays.
It was also at 18005003C.
No objection now, that's for sustained a motion.
And so these ads, this is PRC 170, just a few of the ads, did the industry use Santa Claus holidays like Father's Day to promote smoking?
Yes, they did.
Anything in any of those ads where they were alerting the public about cancer or cigarettes or things like that?
No.
Father's Day, gift dad party, Father's Day.
Yeah, it was promoted as as a gift to give to somebody that you care for.
Watch a video ad of Paul Paul 31.
No objection now, beyond that, previous or no.
What is this about?
Again, this is an ad, for gifting a carton of cigarettes. I believe Pall Mall for Christmas.
Oh, business, why not give those smokers on your list something you know is the finest quality money can buy? Give them Pell-Mel famous cigarettes in a special Christmas carton. There's not much time, so go out and get several cartons of Pell-Mel first chance you have. And we'll see you next week for the dependable God dealer in your neighborhood. Good night.
That was on the 50s.
Yeah, the Danny Thomas Show, very popular TV show in the 50s, and you could see it's, the actors in the show were pitching the brand. In this case, I call it Pall Mall, not Pell Mall, during that time period.
Mr. Young at that time was in the 30s.
Yes,
Paul at that time.
yes, he was.
At that time.
Yes,
You think normal morning thing that we should bring back like the holidays
no,
and the industry, American tobacco, no, the advertising will affect.
yes.
Are you including
Robert Hyman was at one time the president of American Tobacco in the 50s. He was, I believe, in charge of sales, and then he rose to become the president of the company. And So that's who he was, a very high executive of American Tobacco.
Familiar with statement PA under oath, where he was speaking on behalf of the American Tobacco Company.
Yes.
Right, please. So, Dr. Cummings, just, please, I'm not gonna ask you to comment on this at all. I'm just gonna play this, but I just want to just get the context of this. Hyman, and I'll just leave a little bit if you don't mind, just so we stay on track, okay? Hyman is was the former CEO of American Tobacco,
Correct.
and he gave this is after he was the CEO, but he gave a sworn deposition.
Correct.
And he was under oath at that time, correct?
Yes.
And the statements were, do you know whether the statements were adopted by American Tobacco?
Yes.
Okay. And so we would offer into evidence PT 01691 VA. And can you play that?
Does advertising play a role in a person's selection of cigarette?
We hope so. When we advertise, but it's fair to assume that the expenditure of large funds for advertising does give sales to a brand and therefore influences some people to select that brand.
But one of the objectives of advertising for cigarettes simply to put your advertising best foot forward and hopefully serve all purposes to attract new smokers and keep your revenues.
Exactly.
One source of expectations concerning the product which a consumer has are the advertisements of that product. Does that actually?
I'll agree with that.
Expect the consumer to rely on your advertisements?
Yes, our advertisements could one anticipate they would rely on if they chose.
That's sort of your promise is what the consumer can expect from your proposition.
Yes.
And so this thing, that Reader's Digest article talked about educating consumers about the health effects. Were there polls conducted around that time, the 1950s, different times, but it's literally a poll from 1953, looking into what people believe.
Yes.
And we've offered evidence PT 04884.
Your Honor, no further objections to the honor of our motion.
Your Honor, I can. I've grown from the 2 pages. So I think there should be any
I apologize, Your Honor, but those 2 pages, no objection.
and I apologize. I just wanted to make sure I understood. And so what is this poll that we're seeing here?
Yeah, this is a poll that was done for Philip Morris in 1953. Very large poll of over 10,000 people, representative of the United States. And they talk about, a variety of things in the poll.
There's different types of polls, right? Sometimes there are polls, what have you heard, different polls, what do you believe, and then there's prompted polls and unprompted polls, correct? Next, Your Honor, you know what an unprompted poll is?
Yes, it's where you ask an open-ended question and allow the respondent to give their response, and you record them, and then you categorize after you get the top of mind response. And then in contrast to a prompted poll where you ask people yes or no, or degree to which you might believe. So there are different kinds of polls, and they generate different kinds of responses. Top of mind is usually the best to find out what people believe.
And also, were there different belief levels? There are different belief level that the harm of smoking between smokers and non-smokers.
Yes,
And I don't know if this poll shows it exactly, but this one talks about this photo is referring to the people who smoked it, right?
yes, this was only asked of those who were regular smokers. So that was 47% of the group. I think this survey was in folks 15 and older.
And so what harm, if any, do you think cigarette smoking does you either mentally, physically, or emotionally, right?
Right.
And so the list of go down, what percent total cigarette smokers is right down there? Females, total group. So 15% say, hey, it causes short breath, touch of wind. What is the first one that has it?
Yeah, the top, well, the top rated response was none. So there was no effect, but the next most common response was causes short breath, cuts wind, gets out of breath easily. That was 16% of smokers, more among males than females.
And though when we talk about getting your wind, did the American Tobacco Company use advertisements about whether their cigarettes get your wind or not?
Yeah, it doesn't get your wind. So they certainly used that. They used the advertising to talk about less throat irritation. That was another common response indicated.
And so when they asked about what harms of any, what percentage of the people answered that it causes cancer or something?
1% overall.
And how does that correspond, or how does that compare to people that's running out? What harms does it cause?
Those were more common. Those were the things that people top of mind were thinking about as the harms of smoking were shortness of breath, staining teeth, fingers. So causing cancer was actually low on the list by only 1%.
So when we look at this, we talk about, presences and the difference between beliefs today and beliefs back then, how does that compare when asking people or gauging the knowledge that harmful smoking is smoking?
Well, it's showing you back in 1953 when they did this poll. It's very low, top of mind to cigarette smokers. If you were to do that poll today, it would be among the top things you probably would hear people talk about as what harm, if any, do you think cigarette smoking does you either mentally, physically, or emotionally? So very different today than what it was back in the early 1950s.
And we asked smokers about what harm, if any, top answer was.
None.
And so, have you researched the issue of whether there has been an increase in lung cancer over time since the beginning of that last century?
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned yesterday, about 100 to 200 cases. By the early 1930s, I think it had gone up to about 3,000 lung cancers per year. By the early 1950s, it had become about 18,000 lung cancers per year in the United States. So it had gone from very rare to more common, and that's why they referred to it as an epidemic, because the rate had increased so dramatically over time.
I want to show you two R270 cap. You're familiar with the blue line, the blue, right?
Yes.
The blue line is total consumption of cigarettes, and the red line is now one cancer death rate.
Right.
And so, so I want to ask you, if there's no familiar with these charts,
I am.
and just based upon your education experience, just tell us how you are knowledgeable about these charts as what.
I use them in my teaching. I taught cancer epidemiology for, almost all my career, but 25 years teaching a course in cancer epidemiology. I give many lectures now on the topic of cancer epidemiology. These charts are always included in my presentations because they really tell the story of how cigarette consumption is related to lung cancer in the United States.
And so what do these two lines tell?
Well, the two lines, the blue line is cigarette consumption, and the red line is male deaths from lung cancer. And what you see is they're, parallel, but there's a little bit of a lag. As I talked about earlier, you have to have enough exposure to the cancer-causing chemicals, and usually, about 20 years of exposure is when you begin to see this real rapid uptick in lung cancer. And you can see that here, where we saw in the early 1900s, right here is the introduction of, the American blended cigarette, the rapid rise in cigarettes. And here, when you're looking at lung cancer, it starts to parallel that for males. And as cigarette consumption tails off, here, we begin to, see again that lag decline in male lung cancer deaths that's now evident today. We see a similar pattern for women, although they took up smoking later than men, so their lung cancer rise was a little lag compared to the men.
And based on your experience and knowledge, when does this scientific consensus that cigarette smoking causes lung cancer?
A consensus in the community?
Scientific consensus.
Well, certainly in the late 50s, there was growing consensus, and there some of the public health organizations, even the Surgeon General Leroy Burney in 1957, I think, acknowledged that the evidence had accumulated to the point where cigarette smoking was a likely cause of lung cancer. And that evidence was again accumulated and then summarized in the 1964 Surgeon General's report.
So once there was a scientific consensus, right?
Yes.
Does that mean that there was all the sudden a consensus among consumers and the general public? They believe that?
No, unfortunately, that didn't happen because there was this continued denial by the companies themselves that smoking had been proven to be a cause of lung cancer, and that went on actually through 2000. The companies never acknowledged that their product caused lung cancer up until that time period.
And so prior to 1950, we're going to talk about how we found that but prior to the 50s, were different scientists exploring the possibility that there was a relationship between this increase in consumption and increase in lung cancer. So they're looking at.
Yes, I mean, there were many theories about what was causing the rapid rise in lung cancer from industrialization, air pollution, those kinds of things, as well as cigarette smoking because of this parallel increase in cigarette use. And so scientists were beginning to do studies. You saw the one in the Reader's Digest that was talking about the life expectancy of smokers versus non-smokers. There were studies that were being done in animals with taking tobacco tar and painting it onto the skin of a mouse, epithelial cells, similar to what you find in the lung, and as a model. And we're finding that the more tar you put on the skin of a mouse, the more tumors you would get. The longer you left that tar on, the more tumors. So there was definitely emerging evidence coming out in the 30s, 40s about this.
And then we're going to, that was going on, and we're going to talk about what culminated before we get to 1963. I want to show you the people at 120, and we'll listen on to the jury what different types of chemicals we now now know are in tobacco smoke.
Yes.
And so what is this that we're saying?
Well, this is just a list of the carcinogens, and other compounds that are found in cigarette smoke that are, harmful. So you have the polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, phenols, benzene. You have various types of metals that are known to be carcinogenic, such as arsenic, nickel, chromium, cadmium, lead, polonium-210. So as I mentioned, I think actually the most recent report I saw was they've now isolated 9,000 different chemicals in cigarette smoke, but and about 60 of those are known or suspect carcinogens.
And so, arsenic, right?
Yes,
Cyanide,
yes,
formaldehyde.
yes,
And so, and I think you said that there's like 60 different carcinogens.
that's right.
And so with each inhalation, these carcinogens are going into the lungs and then they're breathing out into the bladder.
Yes, I mean, they're going into the body, get into the lungs and into your bloodstream and so on, and affect almost every part of your body and your cells. The cells and these chemicals damage DNA in the cells, and the body is fairly resilient. It has repair mechanisms to repair DNA, and but over repeated exposures, this is why it takes decades essentially to see the effects of cigarette smoking on cancer. People's DNA repair mechanism breaks down, and then you convert the normal cell to the cancer cell. And if that cancer cell happens to be in your lung, you have a lung cancer. If it's in your bladder or some other part of the body, you get different kinds of cancers. So
this information you're sharing is really now, 2000.
right.
What is this information that you're trying to refer about what cigarettes, how dangerous that is? What is that going to share by RJ Reynolds and our tobacco company and other cigarette companies? Were they sharing that with the consumers in 1930s, or 40s, or 50s, or 60s, or really after?
No. And the identification of these carcinogens, I mean, they were suspected in the 40s, benzoylpyrene in particular, a polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon that had been implicated as a carcinogen in occupational exposures at that time. But really, it was the invention of some of the technology to isolate chemicals that happened in the 1950s that helped identify many of these carcinogens. And some of that actually happened at RJ Reynolds. Alan Rodgman, I think I mentioned, was involved in developing a technique called gas chromatography that helped isolate and identify many of these chemicals, although Reynolds didn't tell their customers about what they were finding.
And so I want to fast forward to 1953. But we also got a 1800971.
No objection,
And so this is going to demonstrate PDR 478, which is demonstrated. And so the commentary what this is that we're seeing here. Well, of course, who is Ernest Graham and Cronin?
Ernest Winder, he was, medical trained under Dr. Graham. He was basically a medical resident, and he went on to become one of the leading experts on the dangers of cigarette smoking. But as a young doctor, he had done studies of some of the patients that they were seeing, showing the higher rate of lung cancer in those, or higher rate of smoking among those who had lung cancer versus those that did not. Then asked the question, why was that? And then they did these animal mouse painting experiments, painting the skin there of the mouse, as you can see. This is sort of what it would look like, where they would paint onto the skin. They'd shave the skin of the mouse, and the more tar, the longer the tar was painted onto the mice, the more tumors you were finding. This is an example of the tumors that would appear. And then they published those findings in the journal Cancer Research in 1953. So this is what they refer to as biological evidence. There was sort of the human epidemiologic evidence, comparing the lung cancer patients to those who didn't have lung cancer in terms of their smoking habits. That was sort of human epidemiology. Here they're looking at animal studies, the biological evidence. Then there was the chemistry and later pathology data, where they would do autopsy studies of people who were smokers and non-smokers. All of that evidence started to accumulate in the early 50s.
So we have all these different emerging medical results coming out, biological, pathological, immunological, chemistry coming out. What was the historical significance of this particular article? Is this an important article in history?
Very important, because it came out in, the article I think was received for publication in June, was published in December of 1953. Right at the same time, actually in December of 1953, when the cigarette companies met together, the executives at the Plaza Hotel, to plot the public relations response that went on then for the next 45 or so years.
And so, based upon your review of the historical record and the internal documents of the industry, you know whether or not this, not only this research, but this research and the prior research we were talking about in the 30s and 40s, is that well known to R.J. Reynolds?
Yes, this was well known to R.J. Reynolds. They've been following the science.
So we also have 3608.
Objection, Your Honor.
And tell me what this document is, what this was.
Sure, this is an internal business record of R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company. Claude Teague was in their research and development department, and he was assigned the task of doing a survey of the evidence that existed up to 1953. This was February of 1953 when he produced the report. And he looks at just the same evidence that I just talked about, the chemistry, the epidemiology, and the biological studies. He summarizes the published evidence, I think some 70 or so references to this.
So here we go, the back of the article. So this is Dr. T was a scientist at Reynolds, correct?
Yes, he was a chemist and rose up the ranks to be one of their lead research and development folks at R.J. Reynolds.
And the biography that he references many of these articles in the report.
That's correct. Some of them foreign language. So you can see some of them are in English, some of them in German and other languages. So this isn't like today when you can go do a Google search. I mean, you actually had to go to the library and in some cases retrieve and then translate the evidence that were published in different journals.
And so what are the authors there? We talked about Reynolds following, popular things in reader documents, newspapers, or whatever. But were they also following scientific literature, and their own scientific literature? But how would you see Rafa?
Well, Dr. Rafa was, a cancer researcher. He did biologic studies, a lot on the cigarette tar and its relationship to producing cancers in animals, including trying to figure out what chemicals in the tar were responsible for causing the tumors. And he had been publishing studies back in the 30s, in the 40s, and those are nicely summarized by Dr. Teague. in this internal business report that was shared with executives, including executives in the legal department at Reynolds.
And so these articles are really, Reynolds, the consumers, the regular people following this article. Was there a difference in understanding between that?
Yes, huge. As we saw, I mean, the public, less than 1% at this time in 1953, believed that smoking causes lung cancer. When you read what Claude Teague concludes from the evidence, you get a very different picture.
Many of the original articles appear in publications that are not readily available. On to say, chemical carcinogens, a large number of
Polynuclear aromatic compounds, together with related heterocyclic compounds, have been found to be carcinogenic. Well, here he's referring to statistical studies. These are the human epidemiology studies that were coming out, in the 40s and early 50s. And, what he's pointing out is there's rather general agreement that the incidence of cancer of the respiratory system has increased greatly in the half century, as we saw. And then whereas cancer of the lung was a rare disease 25 years ago, it now occurs nearly as often as cancer of the stomach and more often than cancer of the colon.
Next part, this part here, there's several recent well-controlled large-scale clinical studies of correlation factors cancer of the lung have been made. These numbers are cited to be several of the studies correct?
That's correct.
But it is reached by William Graham, which is the study Judicial, correct? Is that a different study?
I think it's a different study. They had published a 1950 study where they had looked at the smoking behavior of lung cancer patients versus people who were hospitalized that didn't have lung cancer, and found a huge difference in their lung cancer rates. And I think they go along here and summarize their findings.
Okay. One, excessive and prolonged use of tobacco, especially cigarettes, seems to be an important factor in the induction of lung cancer, right?
That's right.
Did Arthur Reynolds reveal that or share that with the consumers at that time?
No.
The occurrence of lung cancer in male non-smokers is rare. And it is 96.1% of patients with cancer of the lung who had a history of smoking and smoked for over 20 years. 2 women have smoked that long, is probably
Correct.
what percentage of lung cancers, we talked about it earlier being such a rare disease, what percentage of lung cancers are caused by smoking?
It's about 90%.
And then it goes on to say 94.1% of male patients with cancer of the lung is found to be cigarette smokers, 4% pipe, 3.5% cigar smokers. Is that the greater practice of inhalation of cigarette smokers access to decrease incidence of disease? The Archer revealed that information at that time and shared that with their customers about the inhalation of this smoke, what it was doing to them.
No.
There may be a lag of 10 years or more between the cessation of smoking and the term of smoking.
Right. What he's pointing out is that some of the lung cancers occurred in former smokers, 10 years after they had stopped.
Increased incidence of cancer of lung and men, which has occurred in the last century, is probably due to new or decreased contact with carcinogen, stimuli, closely parallel increase in cigarette smoking, and aggressive suspicion that tobacco smoking
Etiological
factor in the production of primary cancer of the lung, right?
Yes.
Finally, in view of the fact presented in this report, it is recommended management take cognizance of the problem and implications to the health industry. Positive research Dr. King was writing about this problem, that people are dying of lung cancer, right?
Right.
To their customers, what that means for their customers
Yes.
or for the industry.
Implications for the profits of the industry is what he's talking about.
And at that time, knowing about the problem, did they do anything to help educate the consumers on what the implications of this meant for them, for the consumers?
No. They did just the opposite. They reassured consumers
Reassured them of what?
that it was okay to continue to smoke.
And so, in addition to reviewing and following the public scientific research, do you know whether or not some of the companies were doing their own research?
Yes, I mean, many of the companies were doing their own internal research.
What were the CUSTA experiments? Who was doing this?
Those were American, I believe, the American Tobacco, and Acusta was the company making paper for rolling the tobacco. And they had undertaken some studies to replicate the findings from Dr. Winder and Graham, the mouse painting experiments. And there's correspondence back and forth between the scientists at Acusta and the scientists at and executives at American Tobacco, concluding that Winder's experiments were valid, which meant, carcinogens were in the tar. The more tar your lung got exposed to, the more likely it was you would develop lung cancer. That was in 1953.
And did American Tobacco Company, did they share the results of the experiments with the public and the
No, they concealed those findings. Those were discovered when the documents finally became available after 1998.
And now the mouse systems studies from Winder and Graham, we've offered evidence PT03013.
No objection.
We showed demonstrative PDR 436, 476. So this is mouse study. Was that big news at that time? Results of that study?
It had been published in medical journals, but then, like many things, even today, got picked up in the popular press. And of course, this was big news to doctors. Dr. Graham and Winder would present their findings at scientific medical meetings, and those would get covered by the press as well.
News, Life magazine, popular magazine back then, correct?
Right, it's, uses pictures, so less text, more pictorial. This is December 21, 1953, reporting on the paper that we had seen before.
Okay. News, reporting on the Winder Graham Coniger study, and they interviewed somebody from this American Tobacco Company, who spoke somebody, and that's what was pointed out that tests on mice do not prove that tobacco causes lung cancer. Correct?
That's right. So that was their response to this finding in 1953. And there were other press releases that American Tobacco put out, talking about this relationship as loose talk.
Right. And so we're going to talk about this. Let's say when people hear things, not only hear something, hey, I talk to someone, but it's whether people believe it or not, right?
That's right.
And so first, we'll talk about what people heard, and are there polls showing that a lot of people have heard about this at the time?
Yeah, I mean, Gallup did polls looking at what people were, hearing about in the news, smoking being one of them. And but that doesn't tell you what people believed. That's why.
And it shows in the lead polls, they do it. After learning that people have heard about this, did they do anything to affect what people ultimately believe?
Yes.
I want to offer the evidence for the lead poll, PT04745.
No objection.
Poll from Gallup organization, they do polls, this is from 1954, I believe, is that correct?
Yeah, June of 1954 is when they did this particular poll.
And we have further read anything recently to the effect of cigarette smoking may be a cause of cancer of the lung, and about 89.9% roughly said that, yes, they had either heard of that or read something to that, correct?
Correct.
And so it's not hearing that, we're reading about it, and public hearing, what was the public reaction initially?
Well, initially there was concern because this was appearing more in the popular press, and people were getting information, and people investing in cigarette companies actually said maybe they're not such a good investment, and stock prices fell.
We also have that no objection. This is a newspaper article from December
10.
1953, so that's the day after the Life magazine, or when was the date of the Life magazine?
That was December 21.
So the Life is December 21.
Right.
And so even before the Life magazine comes out, there's an issue with stock prices, right?
Right. What they're reporting here is some of the evidence that I've talked about was coming out in medical meetings that were going on at this time. And this is causing stock prices to actually drop by the cancer reports. And this is an article in the New York Times discussing this. And I think they have a comment in addition from the industry providing reassurance.
So, again, the Associated Press, we saw comments from all the other tobacco companies, controversy, opinion statements, only from PHR, president of Archival Tobacco Company. He said there has been no real or substantiated evidence showing cigarettes cause lung cancer. Is that?
I do.
And so PHR was the president of that, correct?
Correct.
And he's saying there's no real or substantiated evidence of that, correct?
That's what he says publicly, but we know that to be a lie.
We've just seen report from Dr. T, right?
That's right. That was in February of 1953. Now, this is many months later in December of 1953.
Is there
And
any reason to believe that Margaret Reynolds or PHR did not understand how harmful lung cancer can be for the consumers?
no,
And so, back to the TR-270F, so once the people have heard of this, the stock prices have gone down, can you show what happened to consumption?
well, consumption did fall for a very brief time period. That's the little dip there in 1953, where you saw a decline in cigarette sales that occurred for a very brief time. And then as a result of the public relations reassurance campaign that was the conspiracy, rebounded.
If we look at 1953, it's starting to go down, right?
That's right.
And we think about 50 years until we get to the same drop again, right?
That's right.
And so what happened, can we talk about what happened between 1953 and 2000 that delayed this decline from the drop?
It was the denial by the industry of the health risks of smoking and the addictiveness of their product, which they denied until really up to 2000.
So not only denying, it, but really proactively ensure.
They did. They invested enormous amounts of money, over $1 billion in a public relations campaign. Plus, on top of that, their enormous amount of advertising and marketing that portrayed smoking as a normal lifestyle choice. And of course, in this time period, they begin to introduce other modifications to their products, such as filters into the cigarettes, which at the time was a very low part of the market. Less than 2% of the market was filtered cigarettes in the early 50s, and that would change over time.
Segment of society who thought that was going to help them, and other segment who didn't believe that they needed to.
Yes,
And then also, you just look at so.
that's right.
A lot of people think that the thing with cigarettes is filtering out carcinogens, right?
That's right.
Do you tell me whether or not there are, whether a lot of people think the thing on the end of the cigarette is filtered?
Yes, yes. There are internal documents that say they don't work.
But any of that, what you did, how they responded to the study that was getting out to the public, right?
Yes,
And the first thing I want to show you is PQ0, and also that PQ0 1044.
No objection, Your Honor.
And so this is, we're talking this telegram, correct?
yes. We didn't have email back then, so they used a telegram. So this is from Paul Hahn, the president of American Tobacco, to Ed Dar, the president of R.J. Reynolds, inviting Mr. Dar and actually other executives from these other companies, Liggett Myers, Pilar Lard, Philip Morris, Brown and Williamson, Benson Hedges, to come together to discuss what was coming out.
And the date of that telegram is December 10th, 1953. It was the same date that newspaper article came out and needed to stop.
Yes,
Now there's a telegram that says among the cigarette executives reveals a highly publicized claim that certain medical men, not sponsored by any duly accredited scientific medical organization, posing serious danger to health from smoking. I suggest the consideration of meeting of the heads of all the cigarette companies.
that's right.
And so these cigarette companies, these heads, now the Williamson, American Tobacco, are all part of that, it's all one company. But at this time, they all had a corporate message.
Yes, they were competitors at this time. So it was unusual that they would be calling a meeting to come together to work together.
And so did they ultimately have a meeting?
Yeah, 4 days later, they met at the Plaza Hotel. They decided jointly to hire a public relations firm, and they met on the 15th of December, so the very next day, with their PR firm, and then a series of meetings during December where they worked out the arrangements of how they would respond collectively to the charges coming out against cigarettes and disease, and they outlined the strategy.
You now have the documents from these meetings that took place so long.
We now have the documents. They became available in the late 90s.
And so then in the documents, do they discuss and go through it? Do they discuss whether or not they were aware of the fact that their product was smoking?
Yes.
And we offered evidence PT02061.
No objection.
What is this document, Dr. Cummings?
Well, they had created, they're called the forwarding memo. It's a planning committee that was formulated, and it involved their public relations firm that they had hired at Hill and Knowlton. And the executives from Hill and Knowlton had actually gone and interviewed the research directors, I think, of 4 of the companies, and they're summarizing their views that they had garnered from the interviews, and then they're plotting out the strategy that they then present back to the executives of the company that gets adopted and then executed over the next almost 45 years.
Look at it, we've had 4 interviews with research directors, 4 interviews with research directors are given it some length. One of the men said, it's fortunate for us that cigarettes are a habit they can't break, right?
Yes.
Shortly after part B, we say, how many people are dying of lung cancer, right? Actually, is it in relationship to the T memo, how close is it?
Well, they're acknowledging that
How
same time. This is 1953. So this is December of 1953. The Teague memo was February of 1953. So predates this.
And it was one of the men said, it's fortunate for us that cigarettes are a habit they can't break. Said another, boy, wouldn't it be wonderful if our company was the first to produce a cancer-free cigarette? What we could do with competition, right?
Yeah.
This is the way the world ends, not in a bang of liquor. But naturally, that is something almost too terrible for most of the industry to realize. Even yet, though the very heads of the big corporations think themselves signalize the end of the old days when they link arms and walk together. Dr. Cummings, what is the historical significance of that as it relates to conspiracy?
Well, it's describing the formation of the conspiracy. The roots of it began at the meetings at the Plaza Hotel and how they jointly funded a public relations firm and public relations effort that goes on for multiple decades afterwards. So that is what I refer to as the 50-year cover-up that really dates from this time going forward.
You might just as well go on and enjoy its smoking, its smoke in term while research receives the facts. I'm sorry. So what is it we're seeing here, Dr.
Well, they're talking about, again, some of the strategies for how to communicate, reassure smokers, and because this is the public relations response. So he might just as well go on and join his smoke in the interim while research pursues the facts with full reassurance that if any cancer-causing agent is ever really found in tobacco, the manufacturer will quickly find a way to eliminate it. John Hill, who was the president of Hill and Knowlton PR firm that was hired by the companies jointly.
You go to the next part of the document, Robert. And it says how to validate this message of assurance. The men talked to the cigarette companies, and the cigarette companies tended to think occasionally in terms of trying to smear the personal responsibility, motives, judgments, or techniques of Winder and others supporting him. And Winder was the scientist who did the mouse skin painting study, correct?
Correct.
And what does this say?
As the strategies they're talking about, to overlook the fact that in this particular instance, the stakes for the public are even larger than for the tobacco manufacturers. For the public, an issue touching the deepest of human fears and instincts is involved, the issue of uncontrollable disease and death. Hence, cigarette companies might not, it goes on, readily be forgotten if their approach,
Forgiven, I think you said.
forgiven, yes, if their approach to this problem is stemmed only from an eagerness to protect their earnings, and if they twisted the research of medical scientists, which seek to save men. into a device to save stockholders. There's no precedent where a great industry has been forced to face such a grave issue.
Dr. Thompson, the thing is, a great issue, we're talking about how we protect learning. They're talking about protecting learning.
Yes,
They're talking about twisting research and method science.
yes.
In terms of the conspiracy, what is its significance?
Well, it is outlining what they, in fact, go ahead and do, which is to reassure the public by saying they will study the problem. They announced the formation of a group called the Tobacco Industry Research Committee that's going to put in millions of dollars to study the problem as a reassurance, knowing that they already knew the answer, but it would be reassuring to the public, and that would help them continue to sell their cigarettes.
In the past, I apologize if I'm wrong. In the past, the industry has been a little strict to the facts of science. It's converted into sales propaganda without much risk. The cigarette industry has indeed been doing this for years. We can therefore readily understand the assumption that the same technique will work now to devise propaganda. But it is highly important to note that the deep issues of life and death that are now involved is highly doubtful. The question is whether the familiar techniques can be relied upon. The stakes are too large. The penalties for losing could be too great. To assume that agents like science writers can be guided, encouraged, to disseminate special interpretations of current climate in ways that would blame lung cancer and everything else but cigarettes. Did they do that, Dr. Smith?
They did. They would blame it on, air pollution, industrialization, viruses, anything but cigarettes. So they certainly went ahead and did that. Genetics was another factor that they talked about, the constitutional hypothesis, as they referred to it.
Even better ways to slow down the validity. So Dr. Slater, the doubt, confusion, controversy to their.
Yes. In fact, they define their public relations firm as doubt is our product, to keep the doubt alive.
Here it says, column 4, we must early decide our own attitude toward the findings of men like Winder, Rhodes, and Oxford. We have a choice, as previously indicated, of smearing and belittling them. We're trying to overwhelm them with mass publications of the opposed viewpoints of other specialists. Was this industry powerful?
They were very powerful and very deep-pocketed.
Were they able to we're going to see newspaper articles saying, hey, smoking causes lung cancer, things like that. Were they successful in overwhelming those type of messages that were trying to help ordinary people in our country?
They were.
Is that it for that document? Okay. And so I want to discuss this. I'll show you who was Oxford?
Alton Oshner he was one of the scientists who was doing some of the early epidemiologic studies on the link between smoking and disease, like Dr. Winder, and he was well respected. He created the Oshner clinics down in Louisiana, which are well known.
Is there an award named after him?
Yeah, the Alton Oshner Award is, award that's given out to leading tobacco scientists. Dr. Winder was, I think, one of the first to get that award.
Have you ever received an award like that?
I have. I received the award this year.
And so, that's not right. All right, Dr. Clemens, Walsh, and so that's therapy is carried out, okay?
Okay.
And the first thing I want to show you after this are some of the people that we're going to be talking about today. Okay?
Sure.
And so this is not all the people, but just generally, what is the jury? There's different folks. Just tell them generally what this is. Some of these people are.
Sure. Well, some of them, Robert Hyman, we've already heard from American Tobacco, John Hill, who is the president of Hill and Knowlton. You have Tim Hartnett, who had been the president of Brown and Williamson and then became the executive in charge of the Tobacco Industry Research Committee, which was the organization that was formed as a result of that meeting at the Plaza Hotel. Right. Yeah, they were known as the Truth Squad. They were the paid public relations specialists who worked for the Tobacco Institute and went around the country appearing on local as well as national TV, doing interviews, giving the industry's position on smoking and health. I believe they were cousins. Yep. Yeah, they were influential members, heads of major corporations, and they also, even though some of them worked for different companies, worked together and served on what is known as the executive committee that oversaw the operations. Yeah, Horace Carnegie was a former congressman from North Carolina, and he later became the president of the Tobacco Institute.
And so following this meeting,
Yes, they launched a massive public relations campaign to, basically reassure the public that it was okay to keep smoking. Yes. Okay, the purpose was to get the industry's position out in the early 1950s. I think it was January 1954. It was printed in major newspapers. It was a paid ad, so not a public, a press release. It was a paid ad, so they would get coverage. It was actually a full-page ad in most newspapers, or at least 3/4 of a page, in over 400 cities around the country. They selected the cities, the newspapers, to target populations with 25,000 or more. So it got wide dissemination. And
so we also have
No objection.
copy of the tax statement, and this was as full page ad back.
in most newspapers, it was a full-page ad, and some newspapers, it was like 3/4 of a page. Herbert A. Kent. Ed Dar. Well, they were competitors, but for the purposes of the creation of the Tobacco Industry Research Committee and later the Tobacco Institute, they were co-conspirators. They jointly funded those organizations. It was based on your market share. So the companies that had the largest share of the market paid more money to support those organizations. And, so it was basically, these are the co-conspirators, because that's when you trace the money back, that's where the money goes. Over $1 billion. Medical research of recent years indicates many possible causes of lung cancer, that there's no agreement. Those statements probably are true. That's absolutely untrue, as we saw from the summary of Claude Teague's review of the evidence in 1953. There certainly was evidence out there that cigarette smoking is one of the causes of cancer. That's right. Yeah, that's an affirmative promise that they, are going to put their public's health above all other considerations of their business. That they are making the affirmative statement that they don't believe their products are injurious, they're not injurious to health, and that they always will cooperate closely with those linked or those whose task it is to safeguard the public health. Yes. Yes, it was reassuring. And in fact, after the ad came out, the executives for the companies went out on the road to reassure not only the public, but also the companies that were affiliated with the cigarette companies, like vending machine owners and product distributors and so on, where they said, we don't believe that smoking is harmful, but we've created an organization called the Tobacco Industry Research Committee that's going to fund research into the allegations that smoking may be a cause of disease, and that we will provide factual information to the American public. Those were the two things they said in their articles of incorporation when they sent those articles to the Department of Justice in 1954. Yes, this is an example of one of those. This is from George Weissman, who was vice president of Philip Morris, and he's basically special assistant to Parker McComas from Philip Morris, who had signed the Frank statement. And he's talking to the National Automatic Merchandising Association, which is basically the association with vending machines, because back in this time period, cigarettes were often sold in vending machines.
So, this year is a copy of a speech that was made in, you know, Davis.
February 26, 1954.
Preface by Mark, paraphrasing Shakespeare. One of his plays at story here.
Right.
That's something that was shocking or surprising. The company would say, hey, we're letting people go out.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very positive, responsible position for the industry to take. And essentially, that's what they said in the Frank statement, that we put the public's health above all our other considerations. So it was a very reassuring statement to the public as well as to those involved in the industry. And that statement was made not only in 1954, but repeatedly over the decades.
Now, the Varsity News coverage at that time, around that time, so key newspaper articles saying, they were around, they found cancer, quick, like, you know, her view, that those messages were getting out into the public.
More and more, that message was coming up in the 1950s, Winder and Graham, and then the American Cancer Society and others with their studies. So
My question, in regard to the news coverage, you know, whether or not the industry, the market, you know, those are jobs, I just want to know, were they able to shape the news coverage at that time regarding conditions, whether it's
yes, they were.
other documents?
Yes.
And so we also have next one. So are you looking at this document?
Yes, this is an internal business record, actually, of the Tobacco Industry Research. Actually, this one is from Hill and Knowlton. Carl Thompson, who was one of their principals, to Tim Hartnett, who was chairman of the Tobacco Industry Research Committee.
Access for the highly confidential, is requested to be taken only for personal consideration, and for that of your immediate associate, also no additional copies be made, with this copy not be placed in file, right?
Yes.
And so they go on this confidential memo to Marquette, Humboldt, and further activities. Reporting activities through July 31st.
Right. The Frank statement came out in January of 1954. And so now they're reporting all the activities that have gone on through July. Yes.
And Dr. Terrence spoke little, we're going to show later about the funding, Dr. Scientist, but just to take this kind of briefly because was Terrence spoke little, a very reputable doctor back then.
Yes, he was.
And was he also
Yes. I mean, he was the chairman of the External Advisory Committee that was created as part of the Tobacco Industry Research Committee, and they often use Dr. Hill as their spokesperson to get their position out. Dr. Little, yes. Well, they would, contact the producer or news director, and they would give their, side of the position, and then they would offer to have various spokespeople like Dr. Little appear. So the industry's position would be given, and so you had a public relations firm that was being quite successful. I mean, this memo is describing their ability to get their spokespeople on news shows all over the United States. They were very reputable. They were a public relations firm for major corporations, the car industry and other big companies, including, of course, the tobacco industry. And in the 50s, people believed in corporations. So when they said they were going to study something and provide facts, that was something that people would be expected to believe. Very different today, but back in that time period, right after World War II, there was a belief that these corporations were important to the. There was a belief that the public expected these corporations to act responsibly and tell the truth. Yes.
That a congressional information project is being developed.
Yes. Yes.
And so were there also news reports?
Yes. Correct. World War II correspondent, very well known, and in the early 50s, he was the host of a show called See It Now. And they did a two-part series in, I think it was 1955, on the smoking and health controversy, where they had people on both sides of the issue appear on the show and answer questions. Yeah, he was a very heavy smoker, eventually died of lung cancer himself. Yes. Okay. That's correct. In fact, the Cancer Society was doing studies that they had launched in the early 50s, and those studies are now getting reported. So they had various people, part of that study, appear on this show. Yes, as well as it doesn't. Those were the two messages that were just, presented as part of this. He was a Yale University professor. He was a statistician. And so he was the chief statistician for the American Cancer Society. And they had initiated a study in 1951, a longitudinal study. So not people who had cancer and those who didn't, and then ask about smoking habits. Longitudinal study was one where they asked people about their smoking habits and they followed them forward. These were people that didn't have cancer to see whether there were differences in rates of cancer in those who were smokers versus those who were not. Dr. Kyler Hammond reported the findings from that study on the See It Now show. He had also reported those at the American Medical Association and published articles on this new type of study.
In 1952, Dr. Hammond and Horn of the American Cancer Society began an extended study of the smoking habits of American men. Here is Dr. Hammond reporting on the results of the first 2 years.
It is now established, in my opinion, beyond a reasonable doubt that cigarette smoking greatly increases the probability of developing lung cancer.
In my opinion, people should be warned today, and they are being warned. What they then want to do, whether they wish to smoke or not, is their own business. But if we now accept it as being reasonably well established, that smoking doesn't increase death rates in these causes, then we can clear them out of that for the intensity research program to develop a safe cigarette.
And so Dr. Hammond, was he,
Yes,
and so also, anytime that the companies have not
yes, they did.
Okay.
Robert Dupuy at this time in 1955 is the director of research and development at Philip Morris, and he was also the chairman of the Tobacco Industry Research Committee's Technical Research Committee, which was made up of the research directors of the cigarette companies that were funding TIRC.
All of the research of the Tobacco Industry Research Committee is done independent of the cigarette company. Nonetheless, each major cigarette producer has been conducting its own experiments on this topic. This is the Richmond laboratory of one of the major producers.
I am Dr. Robert N. Dupuy, chairman of the Industry Technical Group of the Tobacco Industry Research Committee. Our primary objective is to analyze all the components of smoke. Of course, we do a great deal of research on analysis and technology of tobacco itself. But even if we knew all of the components of tobacco, we still would not know the components of smoke. And since smoke is what we sell, we feel that we emphasize this phase of research. After we have produced the smoke and separated it into fractions, the next step is to identify the fractions. These are then identified either photographically or on the oscilloscope. The oscilloscope is now demonstrating the means of identification of one of these smoke components. Using these instruments, we have isolated and identified some 3 dozen components of smoke. Many more will be identified. As we find these components, we've published the results of our work in technical journals, which are available to any scientist in any part of the world. So far, we've found none that give us any cause for concern. We do find any that we consider harmful, and so far we have not. We'll remove these from smoke and still retain the pleasure of your favorite cigarette?
Yes. No.
So also, so they have other intelligent people who are not working for yeah, about whether.
Yes.
So we also have trying to digest newspaper articles where they're educated from doctors 50, 60 who did not read.
Yeah, many were smokers themselves, and they didn't believe that smoking could be harmful to their health. I mean, they weren't convinced.
Who is Dr. Hooper and who's Dr. Hess?
Dr. Hooper was the head of carcinogenesis work at the National Cancer Institute, and Dr. Hess was the president-elect of the American Medical Association, and both appeared on the See It Now show.
This is Dr. W.T. Hooper, Chief Environmental Cancer Secretary. Doctor, do you believe that cigarette smoking is a major factor in the possible cause of lung cancer? I do not believe that cigarette smoking is one of the major causes of cancer of the lung, among the many causes which may be responsible for cancer of the lung. That was Dr. W.C. Hooper of the National Cancer Institute. Next Tuesday, Dr. Elmer Hess of Erie, Pennsylvania, becomes president of the American Medical Association. He speaks now, however, as a physician who does not believe there is any important relationship between smoking and cancer. How do you account the rise in lung cancer?
Well, I don't think smoking cigarettes particularly has anything much to do with it in the first place.
Are you a smoker, Dr. Hess?
That's why I can't do what I made by you harm.
Unusual, reasonable, somebody like this now. 40, 1950,
No, nothing unusual about him having doubts about whether smoking caused cancer at that time. They did.
Some of these statements from the press releases.
Yes.
And so, we show, for example, Dr. Walker data, 8, 6, 2. Comments of these, subject of New York Times. What is the New York Times? What is the historical significance of it?
Well, the historical significance of the New York Times, obviously an important newspaper in America, but articles that would appear in some of the leading newspapers would often get picked up in other smaller newspapers. So they sort of, that's how a lot of the news got disseminated, would be picked up in like the New York Times, the Washington Post, or the LA Times, and then would filter into newspapers in small towns, you know, in Iowa and elsewhere. We now know that these articles were getting placed and produced through Hill and Knowlton through their work through the cigarette companies, and they're, you can see that they're quoting here, Dr. Clarence Cook Little or Robert Hockett, who also worked for the Tobacco Industry Research Committee. So it was common when you would see articles coming out implicating smoking as a cause of disease to see these kinds of alternative articles appearing also in major newspapers and magazines challenging that evidence. Yes.
Okay.
Correct. You could see, United Press, that's UP, again, Associated Press, United Press. These were news outlets. They would write up the articles and they would appear in newspapers all around the United States. So these are from Miami. Tobacco use is defended. Yes, there was a press release from American Tobacco in 1953 in November that used that quote from Paul Hahn. It got picked up all over the country. That's correct. Correct. Sure. The white papers were really written for the lay audience or news directors of, TV and radio and, print news. They were done as almost a Q&A type of format. The first one was issued in April of 1954 by the Tobacco Industry Research Committee. And then white papers started to get issued again in 1968, and they came out every year actually to counter the Surgeon General's report. So every year you'd have a Surgeon General's report. Often just before that report, you would get a white paper issued by the Tobacco Institute. The Tobacco Institute was the communications committee of the original Tobacco Industry Research Committee. It just was spun off in 1958. And they became really the public relations arm for the industry as part of the conspiracy. And they always challenged the evidence. And you can see a scientific, perspective on the cigarette controversy, smoking controversy, the cigarette controversy, the continuing controversy.
Controversy, doubt, confusion, was that good or bad for the cigarette?
Good. Bad. Okay. Okay. That's right. That's right. Well, they asked the yes, no question about having heard. And then they did a follow-up question among those who had heard or read something. What do you think is harmful or not? And these are the top of mind responses that were generated in that same poll. Again, like the poll we saw from Philip Morris, the majority, the most common one was no opinion or none. You can see causes lung cancer was a relatively small percent. In this poll, 1.91% giving that as the response. Mostly it was things like harmful to the nose, shortens your breath, hinders your appetite, bad breath, yellow teeth. Very similar to what we saw from the Philip Morris poll. Well, the TRRC stands for Tobacco Industry Research Committee. It was the organization that actually John Hill at Hill Knowlton suggested to the cigarette companies they needed to create to reassure the public. And so their alleged, what they said they were going to do is fund research and then provide factual information. That's what they said in their articles of incorporation. But what you see is primarily an effort to do public relations. So a lot of the money from the TIRC and later the Tobacco Industry or Tobacco Institute becomes used for public relations purposes like white papers and sending out paid public relations people to give the industry's denial position. They did fund a lot of research, but a lot of it had nothing to do with smoking and health.
So, now we have lost that time back in the day. Actually be valuable to
Yes, I think they were well received publicly. It was reassuring to the public. There's evidence that the public appreciated the fact that they were funding research. Medical doctors concerned about the problem at the time in the early 50s were calling on the industry to fund research. So this was, they were well accepted in the 50s. Yes.
Okay.
Again, this is a Hill and Knowlton document written to the Tobacco Industry Research Committee, summarizing some of their activities as of April of 1955 and talking about how they had turned around the health scare that had happened. Essentially, that they had been successful, and then pointing out that the Tobacco Industry Research Committee had won wide acceptance in the scientific world as a sincere and valuable and scientific effort. Yes. That's right. Yes, by 1955, now we see cigarette sales increasing, and those sales continue to increase year after year to record high levels every year. That's right.
This one is treatment, cigarette health issue,
Why was that important to the cigarette industry? Why was that detrimental to the health of the
Well, it was important to the cigarette companies because it allowed them to continue to, sell and market their cigarettes without, an agreement that smoking caused disease. And to the public, keeping the controversy alive, basically allowed smokers to be reassured that it was okay to smoke. And for people taking up smoking, there was nothing to worry about, that science was still investigating this, that it was in doubt. And so that was critical to their ability over decades to keep people smoking.
other documents talk about how providing controversy, people addicted to nicotine, how that really matters.
Yes.
And so now we only have a TV for 16.8. Okay.
This is a letter from Ed Dar from R.J. Reynolds. He's writing to Paul Hahn at American Tobacco in 1957, talking about the success of the public relations effort and the wisdom of Paul Hahn for calling the industry together to create this jointly funded conspiracy to create doubt and controversy. So as they say, we took a bold and courageous action in December 1953 when you called for a meeting of the manufacturers and other industry groups to discuss ways and means of presenting a united front against the claims that were being made that cigarette smoking causes lung cancer. The formation of the Tobacco Industry Research Committee was the result. There's absolutely no question in my mind that the committee had not been formed, the cigarette industry by now would have been in a deplorable position. Instead, a very fine job has been done in counteracting unverified, unjustified, and unsubstantiated claims of the anti-cigarette fanatics. In other words, the TIRC has been a successful defensive operation. And then he goes on to, suggest some other things. Well, Mr. Yout would have been in his 30s at this time. And yeah, it's reassuring to him that all this food, all this information coming out in the news suggesting that smoking may be harmful, don't get too worked up about it, that the companies are on it. They promised to look into the issue and provide factual information. They funded this research program. And there's a lot of doubt and controversy about the claim that cigarette smoking caused disease. And that's exactly what somebody who might be addicted to a product would want to hear. It gives you an excuse, a crutch to keep smoking. No, there shouldn't have been any doubt or consensus had Claude Teague shared his conclusion that he shared with the executives internally at Reynolds with the public. Then, the issue of a controversy would have been very different. The head of the American Medical Association or the National Cancer Institute, if they were hearing from the very companies that the evidence implicates cigarette smoking as a cause of lung cancer, that would have made a huge difference. Right. Oh, it was probably, probably about 85% or so. I mean, I actually have done the calculations for different time periods. If you'd like me to give you the actual numbers, sure, I brought them along with me. So by 1953, 95% were still smoking. So it's probably by 1957, close to 90%. Yes, there were statements coming out again challenging the evidence. As I mentioned, I think yesterday, the Surgeon General of the United States in 1957, suggested that the evidence coming together did implicate cigarette smoking as a cause of lung cancer, but the cigarette companies jointly would put out these statements that no proof, it's still being challenged, more research is needed, scientists are debating the issue, and that was not an accurate assessment. Yes, in 1964, they changed their name. It's the same organization. Yes, run by the cigarette companies. The executives of the companies, sat on the executive committee, and then they had their lawyers overseeing the day-to-day operations and the messaging that was coming out. Okay.
And so while there was, research coming out, cancer, approximately how many articles otherwise, why would CPR funded by
Well, from 1953 or 1954, when TIRC was announced, to the time they went out of business in 1998, they published about 6,000 peer-reviewed articles or reports, but only about 10% of them had anything to do with smoking and health. The other 90% were on other topics. So they were funding a lot of research, but not much on what they said they were going to fund when they sent their articles of incorporation to the Department of Justice in 1954. Yes. Yes, they had, overall, the public relations campaign and why it was established, they would be talking about that. And they also had a component of the CTR that funded what they referred to as special projects. So those were projects selected by the companies and their lawyers that would give the companies, that would create and maintain the controversy going on. So they would go out and find people who just didn't believe that smoking was harmful. They would support their research. They'd often help them figure out how to do the research to get the answer they wanted, and then give it, a microphone to that. And those were the doctors that were often cited in the white papers that we talked about earlier.
Beyond the wild injection,
What is this document?
This is an internal business record. Robert Seligman was a scientist, vice president at Philip Morris, and he served on a CTR, Council for Tobacco Research committee with other industry representatives. And he's writing to his file, because he served on this committee, called the CTR file, about a meeting that was held in New York in 1978, where they discussed the origins of the Tobacco Industry Research Committee, the real role of the organization, and how it had helped them, weather the storm around smoking and health. Yes. I could explain how we got the copy if you want. Sure. I mean, documents were put forward by the cigarette companies right around the late 90s on a public website. Actually, it was a congressman's website, Congressman Wiley, and they were public records at that time. And somebody copied all those records. And I bought the disc of what is referred to as the Wiley collection from an individual who had copied them and put them in the public domain. I digitized them and made them available publicly, and they're available in public libraries virtually in the United States, and have been for many years. Bill Shin was, one of the lawyers, actually, who they have various outside law firms that represented the CTR and the Tobacco Institute. He worked for a law firm, I think, Shook Hardy, and was involved originally with the formation and oversight of the Tobacco Industry Research Committee. Special projects was, again, a budget established. So you heard previously that all the research of the Tobacco Industry Research Committee was independent. Well, it turns out that was not true. The special projects were projects that were funded, selected by the companies and their lawyers to provide them cover about the controversy. And they funded, major universities like Harvard and UCLA. Bill Shin was saying they were getting the best bang for their buck at this time in 1978 from the funding of those. That special project fund was created right after the 1964 Surgeon General's report came out. That's when the organization changed its name from Tobacco Industry Research Committee to Council for Tobacco Research, to eliminate the name tobacco industry as part of the research that was going on. Again, just a little public relations sleight of hand.
You may see that certain portions of the evidence have been redacted for legal reasons. You should not speculate as to the content of any redacted portions of the evidence. nor should you consider the fact certain evidence has been redacted as part of your deliberations. Rather, you should consider only those portions of the evidence available for your consideration.
So, Dr. Thomas, sort of like CPR, PI,
They funded them. They sat on the executive committee and made the decisions about who worked for the organization. They oversaw the grants that they would fund and how the statements coming from these organizations were made, coming out to the public. So they were, you know, a part of it. And in fact, at various times, representatives from Reynolds and the other co-conspirators would serve as like chairman of the executive committee or chairman of the technical research committee, which was the research directors. So, you know, they managed this whole public relations, as they called it, front, going, you know, during its entire period of time. CTR. Yeah, he was the chairman of the CTR in 1970. He also was the chairman of the Tobacco Institute, which was spun out of TIRC in 1958 as the public relations arm. And his R&D director, Helmut Wakeham, is writing to Mr. Coleman about the future direction of CTR at this time. That's right. No, they were aware, very much aware of the dangers of their product and the continuing toll it was taking on their customers.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, be admitted.
And more larger notes, part of Reynolds at the time they were co-conspirators.
Correct.
And what is this document?
Alex Spears, he's the R&D director at the time for Lorillard Tobacco, and he's writing to his boss, Curtis Judge, the president of Lorillard, about CTR. He's talking about some of the special project programs that they had supported with Reynolds and the other companies. And he also, towards the end of this memo, you know, discusses what the real role of CTR is. They spent millions and millions of dollars on research. Most of it had nothing to do with what they said they were going to do back in 1954, when they said they were going to fund a research program into the allegations that smoking caused disease and provide factual information to the public. What we now know and what they are talking about internally is that this was just a public relations front. It wasn't selected for scientific goals as they had promised, and that the special projects was very helpful to them because it, where they were going out and recruiting scientists for their position, they could use those scientists and their findings in their litigation.
What is true is once in a while we would find somebody who did actually some valuable research, looking back to 2000. Some articles here and there, they provided some valuable research.
Oh yeah, they funded about, as I said, about 10% of the articles and projects that they funded related to, the actual issue of smoking and health. And some of those did get, published, as the scientists would do, particularly early on.
How many of them, what percentage of those now spoken about cancer?
Well, they didn't fund very many of them, but some of their funded studies did find that smoking was addictive and caused cancer. And you can find those. In fact, typically when they came out with negative results that were harmful.
What happened to the fund? The scientists came out with an article.
They wouldn't get refunded. Their grants would be, ended, and that's what happened.
Okay.
Minute.
An article, psychiatrist, correct?
Yes.
And, written by Peter Knapp, Swift, Eric Wells, the addictive aspects of heavy cigarette smoking, right?
Correct.
What year is it?
1963.
In 1963, funded one article came out and talked about, said about 10% on the topic, and those some of those were that was the
Very phrase.
one of these articles that came to that.
Yes.
One of the compound century.
Probably 8.6 if you go to the early part of the century. I think so. Yep.
Whether reversal or fight, left or first, who's the gravity or addicted from, right? It was not really a secret from that.
No, they funded it, and they certainly were on notice to it.
So defined tobacco habits, individual status, but here we see the status of addiction, right? This was part
That's right. When you publish an article, you have to report your sources of funding. And like many scientists, they often have multiple sources of funding. So in this case, these authors had the American Cancer Society and funding from TIRC. Yes.
So that's something funded by language or right?
Correct.
So now the social persuasion of opposite life is all that the appropriate motivation very much So that's the learn about major rate of rather worldwide application of effectively math by denial or by consent. You must understand that, understand the truth that is flowing through your correct?
Yes.
And so our policy this article is talking about talks about how you go through stuff that you're two hours, right?
Yes.
And so when this kind of
3.
and so how many decades or the problem?
Well, R.J. Reynolds didn't admit that until after 2000. Yes. Yeah, 4 decades from pretty much the time of this article.
What is relapse?
Relapse is when you try to, stop using cigarettes in this case, and then you end up going back to smoking again, which is very common in addictive disorders. We call it a chronic relapsing disorder. That's what addiction is. Right. Right. It's fuel for their denial. It's feeding the very thing that would give them an excuse not to try to quit again. Denial, doubt, controversy is just what an addict would be looking for as an excuse to keep using the drug, in this case using cigarettes. Yes, they did.
Admitted.
This is an internal Philip Morris document from Tom Osdein, who now is the new research director of Philip Morris, and he's writing to his CTR file about recommendations for long-term plans for CTR right in the same time period, around 1978. They were. Sure. That's right. Yes, it was. CTR should fund work largely by means of contracts, thus reserving the right to control publications which might be detrimental to the industry. So you can get a grant or a contract. When you have a contract, you have greater control over, how the findings get used. That's what he's commenting on here. Number 5, he says the long-term scientific program should be carefully planned such that the results obtained should not be able to harm the industry. Recommendations for scientific program will be given later, which he does. He talks about the kinds of studies in this memo that subjects to be avoided. Number 1, developing new tests for carcinogenicity, or testing cancer. Number 2, a subject to be avoided, attempt to relate human disease to smoking. And number 3 would be to conduct experiments which require large doses of carcinogens to show additive effects of smoking. So the accumulated effects of smoking, which is what most smokers experience.
Admitted.
Um, This is a internal Philip Morris record, to a scientist, discussing, I think, the funding under the special projects.
Not published or allowed to be recorded, any findings from the two studies without findings.
Correct.
So, Dr. Thomas, or we should actually public health is paramount, every other consideration.
Yes.
And so why was Bill Morris under that restricted science?
They already knew their products were dangerous, and they were keeping a controversy alive. And one of the ways to do that was to any findings that were harmful, they would keep it out of the public view.
And so, going back, I'll go back to a little bit later, created by the industry. What I'll show you now is PDR.
Okay.
And are you familiar with food color learning work?
Yes.
And we're opposed to color learning professional parents.
Yes.
And it's true, these are actual quotes where Bernie said, and we believe that this, or this show, this kind of children, we have.
Yes.
Color said, this is really signifying problematic in order to prevent the fact.
Yes.
At that time, the Bernie and Color had the idea that the industry was involved in the.
No.
They know that the industry was going to be totally front and shield the industry down in confusion.
No.
And so at the same time, Color and Bernie are the internal policy that the general public actually believes that.
Yes.
Admitted.
Another poll conducted for Philip Morris, correct?
Yes. Another Elmo Roper poll.
This poll is first, is it the date of this was?
1959.
A little bit after the Bernie and Color comment,
Right.
right? Bernie and Color we've done a lot. Right?
Yes.
And the polls were being done, so are they trying to restore?
Yes, they are.
All the problems, which of these activities do you think is most dangerous, right?
Right.
And then it says that they most dangerous going to a long plan from large lake, 26, right?
Right. This is a different kind of poll. Instead of top of mind, they gave people a variety of choices and asked them to pick the one that was most dangerous. And this is showing you the percentages of the cigarette smokers and the responses that they gave to the choices. Swimming, going for a long swim in a large lake was the top one, 26%, taking a trip in a car, 24%, riding in an airplane, 18%. Drinking a couple of alcoholic drinks a day at 15, breathing the soot and dirt in the city air was 14%. Smoking a pack or more of cigarettes a day was mentioned by 11%, just about the same as climbing in and out of a bathtub at 10%.
At that time, people thought all the shine and people were looking at it, well, it happened more day, almost dangerous, getting in and out of the bathtub. What did the industry
Nothing. They did the opposite. They created more confusion and doubt to reassure smokers that it was okay to keep smoking.
And so what, who is, the British Tobacco Company?
Yes,
At this time, what was their, following around with it?
they were the, Brown and Williamson was the American subsidiary of British American Tobacco. So they had companies all over the globe. Brown and Williamson was their company in the United States.
And so in 1958, they have a representative from the United States, and he was representative scientist of the industry.
Yeah, they had 3 of their scientists come to the United States from different affiliates. I think one in Canada, one from South Africa, and one from England, who came over and spent 2 weeks meeting with the scientists, the leaders really doing the research on smoking health, industry scientists, as well as scientists outside the industry to get their sense of what was known or believed about the allegation that cigarette smoking caused lung cancer.
And this is right around the same time that you have all public, voting happening more than, ballot cancer.
That's right.
And so is there, what is 1958 movement, and now what the industry actually.
Yes, this is an internal business record. So this really gives you a sense of what inside the companies, what they believed as whether the smoking caused disease.
You better.
Correct. Yes. Yes, and including R.J. Reynolds. I think Dr. Rajman, was the representative from Reynolds and that May 5th industry technical committee of the TIRC, because he reports back the same findings that are in this report to the executives of R.J. Reynolds. Yeah, it was primarily the research directors or their designee. As I mentioned, Alan Rajman was the designee from R.J. Reynolds who attended. Dr. Dupuy from Philip Morris. I think the meeting was held at their offices in Richmond. Mr. Hamner, who was the director of research at American Tobacco, attended that. And then that's different than the TIRC research committee, which were scientists who reviewed the grants coming into the TIRC. And they also met separately with Dr. Little, who was the chair of that committee, and then Mr. Hockett, who was an employee of the TIRC. Yeah, up-to-date evidence as to the carcinogenicity of smoke condensates to animal tissues. So whether those mouse painting experiments were valid or not. He was a pathologist at Yale University, and he just didn't believe that smoking caused disease. But among the other 40 individuals they met with, including the heads of the research divisions of the cigarette companies and executives, they said, with one exception, Harry S. Green, the individuals whom we met believe that smoking causes lung cancer, if by causation we mean any chain of events which leads finally to lung cancer and which involves smoking as an indispensable link. Well, he becomes a leading spokesperson again through the Hill and Knowlton run public relations campaign, and they often use Dr. Berkson, who was a statistician and medical doctor at the Mayo Clinic, who just didn't believe the evidence that smoking caused disease. So they used Harry Green as well. He would appear in their white papers that they would put out. He goes on to comment that Dr. Huber, who we had seen in the See It Now piece, the TV show, who was doubting the evidence, he had come around to believe that by 1958, that the evidence implicated cigarette smoking as a cause of lung cancer, although he believed maybe it was comparable to other things like, air pollution, environmental carcinogens. No, it turns out that it's not comparable at all. I mean, cigarette smoking by far and away is the number one cause of lung cancer by a large margin over other sources. But certainly air pollution is one of the minor causes of lung cancer, but it's not a major cause. Yes.
Admitted.
Yes, this is internal to BAT, although they have scientists from their different affiliates, including Brown and Williamson, attending a conference of their research and development, really talking about potential solutions to the smoking and health problem. So this is 1967. So internally, they're recognizing that there's a problem. They're saying there is a solution to the problem, and they talk about two ideas that potentially would solve the problem. Dr. Griffiths was the head of R&D at Brown and Williamson in the United States, so the R&D division, and Dr. Sanford was in the R&D department. I think at the time he was in charge of new product development for Brown and Williamson. Themes had been isolated, namely smoking and health and product development. Sure, there is a minimum level of nicotine. Smoking is an addictive habit attributable to nicotine, and the form of nicotine affects the rate of absorption by the smoker. If there is no inhaling, there is no lung cancer or respiratory disease. Yes. Yes. That's right. Correct. Yes. Yes, it was. The companies internally knew that inhaling the smoke particles into the lungs is what made smoking both highly addictive because of the large surface area of the lung to get the nicotine rapidly absorbed, and additionally exposing the body to all those carcinogens that come in every puff of a cigarette. Alan Rajman was a chemist, an analytic chemist who was hired actually by Claude Teague after he wrote that memo in 1953 for Reynolds. They hired Alan Rajman to do regular updates of the evidence on smoking and health internally for the R.J. Reynolds company. And Dr. Rajman was quite a talented scientist. As I mentioned, he developed gas chromatography that helped isolate many of the chemicals in cigarette smoke. I am. Yes, you can see it's got hand marks on it here because this was only produced as a draft because he shared it with his boss, the head of R&D, Ken Hoover, and Mr. Hoover wasn't happy with the implications of what Alan Rajman was sharing in 1962. He told them to destroy the report. And actually, Rajman talks about the fact that he was fearing for his job. He thought he was going to be fired. But you can see he was giving regular reports, 54, 55, 56, 59. This is the 1962 report. Well, they're on notice. He's telling his boss, the head of R&D at R.J. Reynolds, that the evidence in these 4 different areas of epidemiology, pathology, biology, and chemistry are now implicating their product as a cause of lung cancer and other diseases. It's overwhelming, that evidence. The evidence on the other side to say no is scant. And so this is 1962 historically. This is what you're seeing inside the companies, predating the 1964 Surgeon General's report, when in fact the companies at this time are being asked to turn over to the Surgeon General's Advisory Committee all of the evidence that they have about smoking and health to the Advisory Committee as they would be deliberating. Unfortunately, this conclusion from Reynolds was never shared, nor was the Claude Teague document shared, or the memo in 1958 from the British American tobacco scientists shared with the Advisory Committee, because it was all about creating doubt, keeping the controversy alive. Yes. Helmut Wakeham replaced Robert Dupuy as the vice president in charge of research and development at Philip Morris. He came in 1960. So this is his report on the tobacco and health R&D approach in 1961, again, internally to the Philip Morris Tobacco Company, where he concludes essentially the same things that you saw from Dr. Rajman, except he goes on to say the claim that we had made that if we ever find anything, we can fix it or take it out. That's not possible. Yes, you can see the little plus marks. So they're actually grading the level of carcinogenicity. In other words, the level of which a chemical, when painted onto the back of a mouse, which was accepted now as the way of testing for carcinogenicity of a substance, whether it caused cancer. And you can see benzoate gets 4, pluses and so on. But this is a list that, he included, and you can see that there are a lot of chemicals on this list. So the science had come around to where we were identifying different carcinogens and classes of carcinogens in cigarette smoke in many classes of products, not just the polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons that were discussed in the early 50s. Yes, you could see that list was the list that was produced, and he said it was only a partial list in 1961, and they can't get rid of them all. And so remember, Dr. Dupuy said, if we ever find anything bad in cigarette smoke, we'll take it out. Well, here's the head of R&D saying that's not possible. Philip Morris knew it. All the cigarette companies knew it. No. Correct.
Were there still prominent, health-conscious, intelligent people that believe smoking is not harmful?
Yes. Yes. Well, this is a Life magazine cover from September of 1959, and they're showing the astronauts because we had launched our space program and had sent Alan Shepard up into space as the first American, and they were featuring these new heroes, the astronauts, in this, in the, you know, a day in the life kind of presentation, and showing what they did. And you can see a couple of them, Donald Slayton and Virgil Grissom here, taking time out for a smoke. So these were the new heroes, physically fit, brave, going up into space, risking their lives, and they were smokers. Well, this is in the 60s, I believe. And again, it's just showing how commonplace it was. Vince Lombardi smoking a cigarette on the sideline. He's the Green Bay Packers. You can see Len Dawson having a cigarette at halftime because in the first Super Bowl, they were getting clobbered by the Green Bay Packers. So, you know, it's just commonplace. Smoking wasn't really even a concern in the 1960s for most people, and many of the celebrities of the day were cigarette smokers. Again, you know, showing you how commonplace smoking was. So the main figures of that time period, you know, were smoking. Jacqueline Onassis, who was Jacqueline Kennedy at the time, she was featured in a magazine, you know, holding a cigarette. Right. It's a normal lifestyle behavior. It's not something to be worried about. So it's just, you know, a normal part of Americana. And that's reflected in the fact in the mid 60s, I think in 1965, a poll showed that about 45% of the American population smoked. It, well, it was a little under 50%. It depends on what state you're in, but there was still a substantial number of doctors who were smoking, although the new doctors coming up were getting exposed to some of the evidence. And so they were less likely to be smokers than some of the older doctors. As I said, in the early 50s, it was about 50%.
Sorry, I turned the mic off. We've reached a point where we should take a brief restroom break if we can. Okay, yeah, we can. No. Right, so ladies and gentlemen, just leave.
Yes. Yes, they were. The Winston cigarettes were made by R.J. Reynolds. Yes. It's a cartoon show in the early 60s. It ran on prime time and sort of a takeoff on the Honeymooners.
Here we have this is showing something new on time. 7:30, there's a show called Matters of Funny Funny. After the Funny Goes. After there's the Flintstones and these are
Yeah, these were when they were first premiering on TV, and then I believe after the premiere, the Flintstones ran at the 7:30 time frame.
Okay. Again, right at the beginning, how normal it was.
Yeah, very different than today. So Reynolds was the sponsor of the Flintstones in 1960 and 61, maybe into 62, I believe. And they used the characters in the cartoon to advertise Winston cigarettes, which was their best-selling brand at the time.
Your work hard to save money. Yeah, I hate to see them work so hard. Yeah, me too. Let's go around back so we can't see them. Gee, we ought to do something, Fred. Okay? How's about taking a look? Look at the federal. Listen, they go Winston break. Winston is the one from the cigarette that delivers flavor 20 times the pack. Winston got that just a bread. Yeah, Fred. Put the wind selected and specially crafted for the good flavor and good smoke. Yeah, everybody, Wednesday, good, like, cigarette. The Briscoe has been brought to you by American best-selling, best-tasting.
Well, they had money and they spent massive amounts of their money to normalize smoking and make it look like a normal lifestyle choice rather than a deadly addiction. Yes. Okay. That's right. They were asked to by the, Surgeon General's office had written to all the companies and asked them to turn over all pertinent information, all research pertinent to the issue of smoking and health. And the companies did provide information, but not all the information they had. They did. Yes, they had this summary of literature, little excerpts that were published in a book that was almost 2 inches thick called The Green Monster because it had a green cover on it. No conclusions were included. This was created by the Tobacco Industry Research Committee, and even the Surgeon General relies on using that source because they looked at some of the articles there as well as other information that they used as their deliberation. No, they didn't share those materials, which were quite relevant because they had conclusions that the companies had reached about how dangerous their products were. They didn't share that kind of information with the advisory committee, although it would have been enormously helpful to them. This is a telegram from Addison Yeaman, who was the Chief General Counsel of Brown and Williamson here in the United States. He was also, it's important to note historically that he was also the chairman of the industry lawyer committee that oversaw the activities, Yeaman, of the Tobacco Industry Research Committee at this time. And he's writing to his counterpart over in London, British American Tobacco, Mr. McCormick, about how they were responding in terms of sharing some of their internal research with the Surgeon General's committee, indicating here Finch, Mr. Finch was the president of Brown and Williamson, agrees submission, Battelle or Griffith's development to Surgeon General undesirable. And we agree continuance of Battelle work useful, but disturbed at its implication, cardiovascular disease. So the Battelle, that is a lab. No, they didn't share the reports from Battelle, which was a contract lab that was hired by Brown and Williamson to do research on why people smoke and the relevance of nicotine to cigarette smoking. And there were studies from that research that were summarized in a report called the Project Hippo that were not shared with the Surgeon General's committee. We didn't know that at the time. We knew it when the documents became available in the late 90s. That's when we discovered that they had withheld information from the advisory committee. That's right. They did. And the heart disease in particular was being implicated in some of the public studies that were coming out at this time, and nicotine being a stimulant, having cardiovascular effects was, that's what they're talking about, the implications that smoking might be increasing the risk of heart disease or stroke. Yes, they were certainly tracking the medical evidence. Certainly most of it was around cancer, but increasingly more other diseases were being implicated. This is what was turned over. It's from Philip Morris. So Philip Morris was also asked to provide information to the advisory committee. And so what they provided was a alphabetic list of chemicals that have been isolated from cigarette smoke, almost all of which have been published in the scientific literature. So it wasn't really new information because it was already out in the scientific literature, but they put it together as a compilation and sent it to the advisory committee as their submission. Correct. Yes. Yes. That's right. So the memo from Helmut Wakeham internally, 1961, all these chemicals they're identifying that are harmful. There's no solution to the problem. They can't fix it and take them out. And they're telling the Surgeon General, yeah, there are a lot of chemicals, but they're not harmful. And, and if we find anything, we can fix it. Yeah, they're going to cooperate with the medical science, the medical officials whose job it is to protect the public health. And yes, they did. Well, it was big news at the time. The government put out a report. There had been an earlier report from British doctors that had come out in 1962. That's actually what stimulated the United States to have the Surgeon General do an advisory committee report. And they concluded in their report issued January 11th, 1964, that cigarette smoking is causally related to lung cancer in men, likely a cause in women, although the evidence wasn't as strong because of the lag time when women took up smoking. So there wasn't as much evidence. And that remedial actions were necessary to address the problem. Yes, in fact, the report was issued on a Saturday, so as not to disrupt the stocks. So when they actually locked all the reporters in a room, sort of like this, in the State Department, actually is where they did the press event, and they gave them the reports to read. Then they had Dr. Luther Terry present some of the findings and answer questions, and then they opened the doors and the reporters went out and filed their stories, which was a big story at the time. Well, probably about 60 million, I believe, at this time in history. Over 80%, probably about 82% or so by 1966. I think it was about 85% or so. Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
History of the world, no non-essential habit ever got so entrenched so fast. 70 million Americans smoke. Today they got a message from the United States Surgeon General, who has had a blue ribbon committee studying their habits for 14 months.
Out of its long and exhaustive deliberations, the committee has reached the overall judgment that cigarette smoking is a health hazard of sufficient importance to the United States to warrant remedial action. This overall judgment was supported by many converging lines of evidence, as well as ideas indicating that cigarette smoking is linked to higher death rates in a number of disease categories. More specifically, the committee states on page 61 of the report, and I quote, "In view of the continuing and mounting evidence from many sources, it is the judgment of the committee
Cigarette smoking contributes substantially to mortality from certain specific diseases and to the overall death rate.
For public health as well as for the industry. Yes. There was a half-hour news show devoted to the release of the Surgeon General's report that came out on January 11th in the evening news. Yes, he was. He died from of lung cancer as a result of his heavy smoking. Yes. No. No.
About $170 million a year is spent to advertise cigarettes in all possible ways, including radio and television. So any news which seems likely to affect smoking habits is major for the country as a whole, for the citizen as an individual. So far, in the developing concern about smoking and health, the national reaction has been to keep smoking. It has been noted that today's report is a culmination of a great many studies and a great deal of concern. It is as close as we can come in this country to an official and impartial statement of the facts, but it is also a beginning rather than an end. What happens now is the process of decision on what to do about it by government agencies, by the tobacco industry, by advertising media, newspapers and magazines, radio and television. CBS announced today that it is undertaking an immediate study of the report and will re-examine its advertising standards in light of the findings. ABC and NBC made similar statements. In addition, CBS, through its representative on the Television Code Review Board, will participate in a study of industry standards later this month. Above all, every American who smokes and every American youngster who is thinking of smoking must now consider whether to stop or not to start. It comes down to a subjective question. There is no question but what smoking has meant a great deal to a great many people. An old smoker never forgets how he started, and through the lifetimes of a lot of us, cigarettes have been an intimate and reassuring companion. The familiar slogans, the familiar packages have been a part of our lives. It's like being told that an old friend has all along been betrayed. In a case like that, you give the old friend every possible chance before you finally decide to believe what you've been told, and maybe even then you give him a chance to reform. In this kind of a country, it comes down to you whether you like it or not. No one is going to forbid an adult to smoke, and it is now quite clear that no one is going to tell him it's good for it either. The decision is his, the decision and the health that they depend on. This is very recent. Good night.
Yes, it did. Correct. Sure, it's right here. It's this little dip. Yes, there was a decline in cigarette consumption or cigarette sales, basically, that occurred in 1964, but it quickly rebounded. So by 1965 and 1966, you were seeing an increase in cigarette sales again. Right. Right. Fairness doctrine was when they were running anti-smoking ads on television. Yes. Right, when you got specific warnings on.
Yes. Start. Snap, right?
Sorry, I keep turning my mic off. Whenever you're ready, you may proceed.
Yes, I think it is.
So go back to that graph again, Robert, what is it, 270D? That's F? No? Yeah, 270. F. Okay, anyway, so there's certain dips there. We see a dip in the depression, a dip we talked about from 53, a dip in 64. We're going to talk about a dip with the fairness doctrine. Then we have the beginning of the decline, which I think is a little bit before 85, the following, starts on 80 years, it starts going down.
1981 is the peak, and then it starts to decline after 81.
And that continues even after we have those new ones. Right?
Yes.
Okay. And so I want to talk about when we have that dip in 64 and we see it down and it goes back up, how that happened, why was that dip reversed at that time, and what type of action to use to partake in that, okay?
Okay.
And so I first want to show you how they responded in magazines, newspapers, like, and I'll do that in P206529. No objection. And so one of the reports I think were covered, we showed magazines, where we covered, hey, the Surgeon General found this. But likewise in those reports, remember we showed the earlier memo from the Knowlton, other get their side of the story, a lot of stories.
Right.
And so what was the tobacco
Well, you have quotes from two people. George Allen, who was the president of the Tobacco Institute, he says this report is not the final chapter. I endorse the call for more research. And then Howard Coleman, who worked for Philip Morris, but also was president of the Tobacco Merchants Association, which all the companies belong to, said, we don't accept the idea that there are any harmful agents in tobacco.
So following the Surgeon General report, did the industry have an opportunity to come forward and reveal what they knew?
Yes.
And they also have opportunity to go on TV. Different magazines to talk TV, talk to the American people and reveal, not conceal data.
Yes, they certainly did.
And we also have a P01685DB. No objection. And were you aware of public statements made by Howard Coleman following the Surgeon General report on behalf of the industry?
Yes.
And why was Howard Coleman, he worked for Walsh, so why was he speaking, what capacity was he speaking on behalf of the entire industry?
He was on the communications committee of the Tobacco Institute, which was jointly funded by all the cigarette companies as part of their public relations activity. And he was also the president of the Tobacco Merchants Association, and he appears on the CBS show that we saw with Harry Reasoner to give the industry's position on the report that had been issued that day.
In our studio this afternoon, following the Surgeon General news conference, CBS News correspondent Richard C. Hotler put some questions to one of the leading spokesmen for the industry, Howard Coleman, president of the Tobacco Merchants Association and a longtime director of the Philip Morris Company. Mr. Coleman, prominent in the New York theater and civic affairs, is a third-generation member of the tobacco family.
I don't believe that most people smoke or get lung cancer. I think we need a little more research. We want to be the detective of death as much as the Surgeon General of the AAA will cooperate in every way. I don't think the industry admits there are any bad elements. If there are bad elements,
to our arbitraries, to the Surgeon General, to the AMA, to acts of God and luck, we hope we may find them. And if they are found, they will be removed. At this point, we do not know.
Does any of the research that the tobacco industry has been engaged in refute any part of the findings here or the conclusions as a whole?
Well, without reading the report, I couldn't answer that again. I don't think the tobacco industry as a whole agrees with the conclusion.
And so in that, the next one, did he mention the AMA?
Yes.
And so I want to talk a little bit about the historical relationship of the AMA. In 1964, did the industry give money to the AMA?
Yes, they gave them, about $6 million as part of the tobacco education research fund to study the allegations that smoking caused disease. And this happened right at around the same time as the Surgeon General's report was issued.
The document showed it before the Surgeon General report showing the AMA's relationship with the industry and the scan that the AMA was going to take on smoking.
Yes, the industry had managed to cultivate, physicians as part of the AMA who were favorable to their position, who provided them with inside information and basically tamped down the AMA from coming out publicly with all the evidence implicating cigarette smoking as a cause of disease.
Well, we know that the AMA is the American Medical Association,
Yes.
and so how is the industry, how is this one over the AMA?
Well, they did it in a variety of ways. I mean, they funded some of the doctors. Dr. Haig at the Virginia Medical College was, recipient of grants primarily from American Tobacco dating back into the 1930s. Larson, Haig, and Civilette, they were actually the authors of the Green Monster. Dr. Larson was paid entirely by American Tobacco, even though he worked at the medical school in Virginia with Dr. Haig. They were very friendly to the industry's position. Dr. Haig was a major player with the AMA, influenced their committees, and basically was able to hold off the AMA from doing anything. And then when Dr. Haig was getting older and was going to retire, they funded the AMA through the Educational Research Fund with, initially a grant of about $6 million, and then they re-upped that grant a few years later and basically kept the AMA from coming out publicly for about a decade from that smoking was harmful to health.
Let me show you a letter from 1960. You welcome that. 201. No objection. This is a memo from the American Tobacco Company dated March 8, 1960. Written to Hammer and Harlan from a gentleman Harlow. Just do you mind, don't mind, composer who Hammer, Harlan, Harlow were?
They all worked for American Tobacco. Mr. Hamner was the head of R&D at, these are all part of the R&D department of American Tobacco.
And so it's a memo on subject American Medical Association stand and cigarette smoking lung cancer complications. So it's a memo from American Tobacco where they're talking about the American Medical Association stand on cigarette smoking and lung cancer. Right?
Correct.
And this is Dr. Haig, he worked for the AMA or for American Tobacco.
Well, he was a scientist a medical doctor who worked at Virginia College of Medicine, and but he had been under contract with American Tobacco dating back into the late 1930s.
So he informed the undersigned, which is Harlow, correct?
Yes.
So he informed the undersigned in a telephone conversation yesterday. The proposal was made to the American Medical Association to formulate a national policy for health problems. The Board of Trustees of the AMA desires that the council express its opinion by resolution to the board, which is also in session, to take a formal and immediate action. Dr. Haig, after reviewing that he and his associates had reviewed thousands of articles on the subject, stated they still felt that there was insufficient evidence to support a statement that smoking causes lung cancer. The four parties, both Dr. Goodman and Dr. Severs, expressed the same view. Who were Dr. Goodman and Severs?
Well, they were, they were medical doctors. Dr. Severs later served on the Surgeon General's Advisory Committee. He was at the University of Michigan, actually.
Well, what was Dr. Severs' involvement with?
Well, he was getting grant funding from the industry. So both Dr. Goodman and Dr. Severs, had a financial conflict of interest.
The letter was proposed from the file by Dr. Moody after he made a similar proposal about a year ago. The letter was phrased in such a manner as to indicate that insufficient evidence was available for the American Medical Association to take any stand. All of the council then voted that the situation had not changed. Drafting a similar letter would be the council's recommendation. The situation reinforces Dr. Case's opinion that we obtained a well-known and recognized influential position to replace him as retirement. Harvey, that's Harvey's head, right?
Right.
Harvey's presence on the council probably was the most important factor preventing any action by the AMA. How was Harvey's head able to prevent the AMA from coming forward and saying something?
Well, they looked to him as being knowledgeable about this topic because he had produced the Green Monster, as I talked about, and he suggested that there was no link between smoking and disease. So he was highly influential within the AMA. But what was unknown to the AMA was his direct conflict of interest because his lab had been funded by the American Tobacco Company since the late 1930s. And so he was really an insider for American Tobacco.
Also because of the position, he becomes privy to information which would not include to a doctor with much of a noun. And then he retired, who took over Haig's position.
I'm not sure who it was.
But in terms of Severs, what was his involvement in the 64 report event?
He was on the advisory committee to the Surgeon General's advisory committee, which was supposed to be independent. So he was the one member we now know, retrospectively, going back with all the documents we didn't know at the time, was also getting money from the industry. I mean, they tried to screen out people who got money from or had taken a strong position on either side. And Dr. Severs had, but that wasn't revealed and discovered until after, years later, decades later.
And was he involved with any specific portion of that Surgeon General report?
Yeah, he wrote the report on nicotine addiction, or nicotine and why people smoke, and they called it a habit rather than the addiction, which wasn't important, although at the time controversial topic.
So, remember we went over the article of NAP where they said it was addictive?
Yes,
That was funded by the industry.
yes.
In the chapter written by Severs, did that say that nicotine was addictive in 64?
No, they utilized a different definition of addiction, and they called it a habit, not a drug addiction.
How many decades was it delayed until the general determination?
Well, the Surgeon Generals didn't get around to changing that position until 1988.
Were they also conducting polls, the industry conducting polls about public belief after the 1964 report?
Yes,
And you know, I offered evidence P203869. Okay. And so remember, this is a confidential poll again, of the Gallup organization, correct?
correct.
And we talked before about the ear polls and different polls. This is a poll asking people what they believe, correct?
Yes,
From the date of the poll, do you have that, Robert?
it's March 1964.
So, and when was the 64 report released?
January.
So a couple months after that report, can you show the page of the report, Robert? here following the report, they ask, what is your opinion? Do you think cigarette smoking is or is not one of the causes of cancer of the lung? And then they have current smokers and all of those, there's different numbers between what everybody thinks and then what smokers believe, correct?
Yes.
And so what is the significance? It looks like smokers are less likely to be exposed to lung cancer than non-smokers. What is the significance of that?
Well, that smokers were less likely to accept the evidence that smoking was a cause, and that's always been consistent. And again, it's feeding that doubt to the proper target audience, that is the current cigarette smokers, to reassure them.
So in 1964, February of 1964, following the report, when we looked at cigarette smokers, we know something that just as a report from Harry Research said there were about actually 70 million smokers at that time. I think you said 60 million.
Yeah, I stand corrected. It was 70 million.
And so he says the current cigarette smokers, that 53% think it is one of the causes, right?
Yes,
And I guess that's about 47, close to 50% think that it is not.
that's right.
Smokers is about half to believe it, half to don't.
Yeah, and it's a fairly weak question. It says, is one of the causes. It doesn't say it's the main cause.
And, okay, and so the people who, and reviewing depositions will get through what you reviewed the depositions in this case,
I did.
and what did Leo Young believe?
He didn't believe that,
Based upon your review of the record, did you see testimony about, did you read testimony from Mr. Young's side?
I did.
And did she discuss what information, yeah,
Yes,
did you know what he believed at this time about whether or not it was appropriate?
yes, I did read that, and he didn't believe it.
And so for his birth cohort at that time, again, following the 64 report, was he alone in not believing that?
No, not at all.
And again, I think you said that 80% of his birth cohort at that time did not believe it. 80% of those who smoked did not believe it.
That's right.
And again, following the 64 report, what percentage of medical doctors were still smoking?
In the 64 reports, probably down to about 35% or so.
Now, following the 64 report, in the 64 report, didn't the Surgeon General in that report talk about smokers being acceptable of the psychological crutch?
Yes.
And what is the significance? We're talking about smokers being susceptible to psychological crutches. What is the significance of that? We're talking about somebody who's addicted to a drug.
That it's easy to give them an excuse that they can continue to smoke. So they're susceptible to the arguments that there's a controversy, that there's doubt, it hasn't been proven, because they're already addicted to the cigarettes.
But Dr. Cummings is smoking causes lung cancer, and nicotine is addictive. As an addiction expert, do you think of any good reason why somebody would want to give somebody an excuse to continue to do it?
Well, as a,
Speculation.
Repeat it. I'll
Rephrase it then.
I was saying, I'm sorry. The Surgeon General, what they talk about psychological stuff, right?
yes,
I was asking you as an addiction expert, why, can you think of any, why, what would be a good reason if any could give a smoker a psychological crutch to continue using that?
Argument.
Overall,
yeah. From a public health perspective, there would be no good reason to do that. But if you were a cigarette company, the reason to do that is it allows people to keep buying your product, thinking that it's okay, that there's doubt and controversy, and it hasn't been proven. So for the cigarette companies, the rationale is to keep their profits rolling in.
Who is Joseph Coleman?
He's the president at the time. He was president or CEO of the Philip Morris Tobacco Company.
Are there light of.
Yes, they talk about the public relations program going forward.
You also got a $2,233. Okay.
Be a minute.
And so what is this document and then, remind me, the George Weissman was?
George Weissman was senior executive at Philip Morris. I think he was on the board of directors at the time, but he also importantly served on the communications committee for the Tobacco Institute, which was the public relations arm for all of the companies. And
When we talk about the were these documents likely with the existing equivalent of the hearing?
yes,
Some of my thoughts regarding the use of the general reaction. While the propaganda blast is tremendous and the penetration of public opinion is very widespread, I have the feeling that the public reaction is not as severe, nor does it have the emotional depth I might have feared. The public relations program, the restraint and unity, they talk about restraint and they talk about conspiracy.
yes,
The unity of the industry is very effective in this period, right?
yeah, their conclusion that it was effective.
So when we talk about effective, when we're sitting here in 2021, looking back at the only come back and any doubt that their statement that what they were doing to confuse and cause controversy, is there any doubt that it was effective?
There's no doubt. They talk about it being effective.
And they say the opponents have had their in it, the industry has demonstrated its seriousness and responsibility in saying we would study the report. We must, in the near future, provide some answer which will give smokers the psychological crutch, self-rationale to continue smoking. What is a psychological crutch and rationale for addicted smoking?
It's
Some
an,
example.
it's an excuse that would allow them, a rationale or excuse that would allow them to continue to light up day in and day out because of their perception of that it hadn't been proven that smoking caused disease.
You go back to the practice. Go back, we accept an interest in people's health as a basic responsibility, paramount every other consideration in our business, right?
Yes,
That was a policy, right?
that was a public statement. Yes, that was one of the 3 affirmative promises that they made there.
And so when you look at 1964, we know that they promised to take an interest in people's health as a basic responsibility. And here, we're saying we must, in light of the Surgeon General Board, we must in the near future provide answers which will give smokers a psychological crutch, and self-rationale to continue smoking. How do you explain those two positions?
Because this, their original position in the Frank statement was clearly a lie. It was a public relations gesture. And what was executed was in fact an effort to create doubt and controversy, say more research is needed. We can take out bad things if we find it. That was giving smokers the psychological crutch and self-rationale to keep smoking, which is what this campaign was really all about. It was to allow the cigarette companies, all the members of the conspiracy, to be able to sell more cigarettes and make more money, regardless of the consequences of their decisions.
So back to the fourth column, for statement made by the saw the dip goes back up, which is sales continue to rise again following the report.
Yeah, it dipped in 1964. By 1965, it had rebounded again. And so cigarette sales started to go back up until around 1967, 68, when the fairness doctrine kicked in.
We'll talk about that in a moment. I was walking the articles.
minutes.
This is the archival annual report from 1964, correct?
Correct.
And what are they writing internally following the 64 report? Just so, not internally, it's actually a public report, but we sit here now in 2021, and we look at this and we see how effective their campaign was fighting.
Yeah, I mean, they're writing in their annual report to stockholders that, you know, the release of the report had had an immediate adverse effect on cigarette consumption. What do they mean? The month-to-month sales in January and in February and in March, the sales dropped, but then began to rebound in later parts of the year. So by the end of the year, consumption was approaching a normal level. So even though overall for the year it was lower than the prior year, you know, they had done pretty well in reversing the effects of the Surgeon General's report that had been issued in January of 1964.
You know, it says, often two more, P009, P09129, and P03091. Welcome, Devin. What are we seeing here? Just a couple more articles following the report in the New York Times, right?
Yes.
And so the first article says cigarette sales last month indicated that Americans are beginning to forget the cancer scare generated by the government report on smoking. The survey of the tobacco industry indicated today smokers are sure the industry study. The report by Tobacco Council finds no link to cancer and heart disease. Studies made in the last 10 years have found no laboratory evidence linking lung cancer or fatal heart disease with cigarette smoking. The Council for Tobacco Research yesterday, and it's that. Is that correctly?
Correct. They, you know, CTR now, they renamed the organization in 1964, issued a 10-year report of their findings, and they said it reassured smokers because there was no link.
Next thing is the boxer. What is it? I thought it was okay. Total consumption. No. Okay. This again is total consumption, right?
That's right.
And then we also use the word the per capita consumption.
Yeah, per capita is when you take the total cigarette sales and you divide it by the population 18 and older. So it excludes people who were buying cigarettes under the age of 18. But if you take the population, which was increasing over time, you can calculate a number of cigarettes smoked per capita, that is per the adult population 18 and older in the United States. That's shown there in the green line, or in the brownish color line there.
So the per capita, we talk about per capita, this line doesn't, it only includes 18 and older, right?
That's right.
And the total consumption is different, right?
Yeah, total consumption is what matters in terms of profits. If there are more people to buy your product, you make more money.
But if you look at the total consumption, it does peak around 1964, but it really looks like it really starts going down, declining around 1970.
That's right.
And then the total consumption starts going down about 1981.
Yes.
So you're counting total consumption over the total consumption per capita between 1970 and 1980. You start seeing things are beginning to change, right?
That's right.
And when you read the deposition in this case, yeah, was he trying to quit in the late 70s into the 1980s?
Yes, he was.
Just like this chart shows some people, by the way, just because somebody tries to quit, does that mean they're going to be successful?
Most likely it doesn't, because it's a chronic relapsing disorder. So it's rare. It does happen when people quit on the first time, but oftentimes people have to have multiple quit attempts before they're successful.
And so following the Surgeon General report, did the industry discuss the report as well?
Yes.
And I'd offer evidence PT 05838. Okay. So what is this document?
Again, this is internal to Philip Morris, Bill Dunn, who was the head of their human behavior program at Philip Morris, to his boss, Helmut Wakeham, and talking about the tobacco situation and some of the sales data. Maxwell was a company that tracked cigarette sales as well as Hutton, pointing out that cigarette sales had rebounded, from the little dip that we had seen earlier.
So what you're saying here is the punch, talking about the report, was correct?
Yes.
It was by no means as lethal as it's supposed to appear. Maxwell was talking about, what was Maxwell? The Maxwell report?
The Maxwell report, yeah, that was, basically tracking cigarette sales totally by companies and then broken down by brands. So it provides very detailed information on cigarette sales. And another group called Hutton does the same thing. They were showing how there had been a dip, but the good news going forward was that there's a backlog of youth who have refrained from taking up smoking in face of the report. And a substantial number of these can be expected to join with this year's crop of prospects to produce a healthy increase in the number of new smokers.
And so when did the cigarette manufacturers first put cautions on the cigarettes? That was 1966, correct?
Correct.
And that said caution, cigarette smoking may be hazardous to your health, right?
That's right.
And you're familiar with a gentleman by the name of Daniel Horn, correct?
Yes.
And you're familiar with a quote he made at around that time, correct?
I am.
And we'd like to show demonstrative PDR 87. So first, tell us who Daniel Horn was.
He was the director of the U.S. Public Health Service Clearinghouse on Smoking and Health, and that was the organization within the federal government at this time that was responsible for putting out the now mandated annual Surgeon General's reports. So he was basically the government spokesperson putting together those reports for the Surgeon General's office.
We're showing some videos about what people believe in a second, but at that time when Daniel Horn made that statement, you could stand on a rooftop, you shout smoking is dangerous at the top of your lungs, and you would not be telling anyone anything they did not already know. Did he have access to these other internal polls that we've been going through?
No.
And are there other quotes from Daniel Horn that he made as well about smoking?
He did. I mean, he also commented on how hard it was to stop smoking because the clearinghouse was doing studies on the smoking behavior of the population.
So I want to talk about that, and we're going to go through and show some other things, other reactions. So let's just start with all of them evidence PT 02583A. Okay? Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't hear it. You didn't hear it either? Okay. Well, that's crazy. But I may be. Okay, so you're crazy. So 25 inches away. And what is it that we're seeing?
This is a news article, and actually they're talking about a Surgeon General's report that was issued in 1972, January 11th, which they tended to try to put out the reports on the anniversary date of the original 64 report.
And so here Daniel Horn, director of the National Clearinghouse for Smoking and Health. We're talking about him. It says here why a reporter asked. So the reporter's asking him a question, right?
Right.
why we're going to ask, shouldn't a person have the right to destroy himself if he wants to? Important answers, over half of the people who smoke today have tried to quit smoking and failed. Some so shatteringly that they have vowed to never try again. So these are people who have, lost their right not to smoke. It is a vicious habit, correct?
Yes.
And so you, as an addiction expert, the statements from Dr. Horn about how people have failed so shatteringly that they vowed never to try again, and people have lost their right not to smoke. How do you feel about that as an addiction expert, those statements?
It's an accurate assessment of what I see in my experience is most people want to stop smoking, have tried to stop smoking and, struggle, and many never quit until they get sick and die. And that's not because they chose to do that. Nobody chooses to get cancer. It's because their choice has been constrained by their addiction to this deadly product.
And we just asked you a couple of questions. You're aware of a government report in 1967, the 1967 FTC report you're aware of, correct?
I am.
And you're aware of a memo attaching coverage of the report and sent to the ad hoc committee.
Yes.
And so we will also have evidence PT 03870B. So I'll just talk you through this real quick. It's a Hill Knowlton memo. It says subject wire service coverage of FTC report, FTC petition. And so there was an FTC report by the government in 1967, right?
That's right.
And Hill Knowlton is providing to these people comments about the report or snippets of the report.
That's right.
Or why press coverage of it.
Press coverage of it. So they were on notice of the report from the Federal Trade Commission and also a petition from the Federal Communications Commission about cigarette advertising, which was, as we've seen on television. And so it's going to Senator Clements, who's
What does that Senator Clements have to do with you?
well, he was a former senator at the time. He's the president of the Tobacco Institute in 1967. It's going to their general counsel, the ad hoc committee, which were made up of representatives from all the cigarette companies, primarily their lawyers, but on occasion some scientists as well from the industry, and their public relations representatives for Hill and Knowlton. So talking about how they can counter yet another report. FTC was on advertising and the effects of advertising.
Let me try to walk you through this because I'm trying to get like 2.5 pages into this before we break for the day. So I'm just going to read this. So one of it is in a report to Congress, the FTC, so the industry is on notice of this, right?
Yes.
And it says in a report to Congress, the FTC had also said that the recent trend to extra long 100 millimeter length type cigarettes is serious and disturbing. By the way, with Pall Mall cigarette, did Mr. Yap smoke a 100 millimeter length type cigarette?
No,
What was it?
this is 80.
Oh, his was 80.
Yeah, the original Pall Malls were 80
And the
millimeters.
100 millimeter one that they're talking about, did they have a filter on the end of it?
Yes.
And so when you talk about the tobacco and the 100 millimeter length cigarette, how many millimeters of tobacco is it?
Well, I mean, basically the size of the filter would be, they varied in terms of sizes on the cigarettes, but they typically are, giving you more tobacco like a Pall Mall would, except they've stuck a filter on the end. So they're very much like the filtered 100 millimeter cigarettes.
So it doesn't say you take an 80 millimeter Pall Mall, it doesn't have a filter. When you compare it to 100 millimeter, it does have a filter.
Yep.
Are they getting similar types of amounts of harm?
Yes, they are. Very similar. Really, the thing you have to look at is the weight of tobacco. How much tobacco is in the column of that's rolled around the paper. And Pall Mall had a lot of tobacco in it.
And it says that these extra long cigarettes instead expose smokers to greater amounts of tar and nicotine, making them potentially more hazardous than the shorter life cigarettes.
That's correct.
And so the fact that Pall Mall, although it's not filtered, but it's this 80 millimeter with 15 to 17 parts.
That's right.
What is the significance of being exposed to greater amounts of tar and nicotine? How is that relevant to a Pall Mall? I could rephrase it just a little. Did Mr. Yount, by smoking an 80 millimeter Pall Mall without a filter, get additional amounts of tar and nicotine?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And compared to what? Compared to the unfiltered standard cigarettes like a Lucky Strike or a Camel, and even compared to filtered cigarettes that were 85 millimeter coming out at this time, because you had a filter added and there was actually less tobacco in those filtered cigarettes than in the unfiltered cigarettes. And Pall Mall had a lot of tobacco, so he definitely was getting more tar and nicotine and more hazard than other cigarettes.
Then it goes on to say, Washington, the Federal Trade Commission lashed out today against television commercials by cigarette makers depicting smoking as enjoyable and non-hazardous. It appealed anew the legislation to require health warnings in all cigarette advertising. The commission said in a report to the Senate Commerce Committee that a health warning on cigarette packages required for the past 18 months has had no significant effect on smoking. The FTC said the warning label failed to overcome the prevalent attitude towards smoking created and maintained by the cigarette companies through their advertising. The commission cited the barrage of commercials on television, which portray smoking as harmless and enjoyable social activity. This is not habit forming and involves no hazard to health, correct?
Correct.
And so was the industry on notice that their advertisement showing smoking as being fun, hazardous, was having an adverse effect on their customers?
Yes, they were on notice about that.
And so is there evidence that once these cautions went on the pack, smoking is hazardous, maybe hazardous to health, did they have opportunities in TV and through magazines to come forward and admit what they knew at that point?
Yes, they did.
Did their behavior change at that point? Did they do that?
They didn't do it. Their behavior did change. They actually invested more money into the Tobacco Institute to get their position out. So they just upped their public relations effort even more to counteract the evidence that was coming out in Surgeon General's reports. And they spent more money on cigarette advertising than they were spending previously.
And so tell the jury what Tide Rock Corporation was and what they did.
Tide Rock was a public relations firm that was hired by the Tobacco Institute to basically execute their doubt and conspiracy or doubt and controversy campaign. They talked about reestablishing the controversy after the Surgeon General's report had come out. What is this document, Dr. Fleming? This is the proposal that they had submitted to the Tobacco Institute in November of 1967. And it outlines what they were going to do for the Tobacco Institute. And we know from other records that in fact they executed exactly what's in this proposal. So they were in fact hired, worked for the Tobacco Institute, and executed what's described in this public relations plan.
So it says your strategy, reestablish the cigarette controversy. The program must be massive. We estimate the pressure of the clearinghouse in media terms to 50 million a year. And again, that's 50 million a year. That's 50 years ago.
Yes, this is in 1967.
When we talk about present day value of money, we're talking about 50 million back then.
Yeah, it's much higher amount of money, but even then, that's a lot of money. And they're talking about in order to counteract the Surgeon General's reports that come out of the clearinghouse in terms of media terms, they need to be spending more money, even more money to do it. And that's exactly what happened. The companies all put more money in to support this.
So it says here they want to have a high impact mailing, target list of 475,000 people. At least a monthly basis, they want to send it to doctors, scientists, communicators, educators, public figures, 10,000 corporate presidents, lawmakers. Why are they interested in having a mailing list with people of such high esteem, doctors, scientists, teachers? Why were they important to get the message?
These are the opinion leaders. So they, typically set the agenda for the news and how it's framed to the public. And so they targeted the opinion leaders with a newsletter called Smoking and Health that they, would distribute on a monthly or bi-monthly basis.
And so it says here, suggested mailings, and they talk about true articles, I want to offer into evidence. True magazine. So if we're going to true article, that was one of the suggested mailings to people. Tell the jury what was True magazine.
Well, it was a popular men's magazine at the time, men's magazine, more like Esquire, not like Playboy. But it would feature articles on, relevant topics that were of interest to men. And they did an article in 1968 entitled "Cancer, Does Cigarette Smoking Really Cause It?"
And so we'd offer an evidence PT 02808, the True magazine article. So this article, this magazine is an article, cancer, the cigarette smoking really cause it. Smoke or not to smoke, that is still the question. Are cigarettes really hazardous to your health like the package says? Nobody knows. In any case, Americans are smoking more than ever and curiously worrying less. And so, and it's written by a science writer by the name of Stanley Frank. Stanley Frank was an independent, intelligent science writer who knew a lot about these topics.
No, he was a sports writer. He was recruited by the Tobacco Institute. And they ghost wrote the article for him. He signed his name on it, and it provided essentially the industry's position, citing many of those scientists they funded through special projects, denying that smoking caused disease.
How many doctors reported in this article saying smoking doesn't cause cancer or it's not proven?
There are, at least a half a dozen or more.
And how many of them are funded by the industry?
Almost all of them were funded by the industry. I think one or two were not, but based on my research of this article, most were funded through the industry.
And was that revealed in this article? They were funded or was it concealed?
That was concealed, it was concealed that this had been ghostwritten by the Tobacco Institute, not by a science writer.
And so you go to the next part of the document, Robert. And so in it, there's a paragraph that says, the committee's findings have been sharply criticized by Dr. Joseph Bergson of the Mayo Clinic. Cancer Bulletin, an official publication of the American Cancer Society, referred to him as the acknowledged dean of the American Medical Statistics, right?
Yes.
And so Bergson, we've seen that name before, right?
Yeah, I mean, he was a talented statistician. He just didn't believe that smoking caused disease. He was the statistician from Mayo Clinic that was referenced back in that 1958 document that we had seen earlier.
One where earlier that only Bergson apparently is now prepared to doubt this statistical evidence, and his reason is thought to be sound.
That's right.
And so internally they're saying his reason is not thought to be sound, yet publicly they're using his science.
Yes, and not only here in the True article, but he was frequently referenced in those cigarette controversy white papers that were widely distributed.
Last paragraph says, maybe Dr. Strickland's new filter will solve the health problem that exists for America's 70 million smokers. Maybe not. At the moment, all we can say for sure is the cause of cancer is not known. There's absolutely no proof that smoking causes human cancer, right?
That's what they said.
And so I want to talk about tobacco health report, and a couple other things. Your Honor, are you wanting to stop at 5 or go a little bit after or 5 o'clock? I know it's Friday. That's okay. I'll stop there at 5. And so I want to show the tobacco and health reports. If you could tell the jury briefly what the tobacco health reports were and what the purpose of them was.
This was the newsletter that was put out by the Tobacco Institute, sent to opinion leaders, so news directors, doctors, scientists. And in this, they talk about how to select the articles. So these reports weren't detailed summaries of science. They were more like headlines and little snippets. And they selected articles to put in this newsletter that they distributed that basically cast doubt on the charge that smoking caused disease.
And so we often had a objection. PT 01941. Dated October 18, 1968, with memo to William Crawford of the Tobacco Institute.
Yeah, he's the vice president in charge of public relations for the Tobacco Institute, and this is written by Carl Thompson from Hill and Knowlton.
This is when we're talking about the tobacco health research procedural memos, and we're going to show a couple of those reports in a moment, what's included in those reports. But it says criteria for selection. First, the report should be on new research if possible. It need not always deal with some aspect of tobacco. For example, a report indicating some factor or factors other than smoking may be involved in one of the diseases with which smoking has been associated. Other examples, reports in which the statistics of smoking associated disease are questioned. Ones in which death certificates or classifications of such a disease are questioned. One showing that many lung cancers may be metastatic in other organs, in some other organs. So what is the significance of them putting these reports together with all these different factors disputing that smoking can cause cancer?
Well, they're making it appear like they're, covering a comprehensive review of the science, but what they're doing is selectively presenting things that cast doubt on the implication that cigarettes cause disease.
Here it says the most important type of story is one that creates doubt in the cause and effect of disease and smoking. Thus, the headline should strongly call out the point controversy, contradiction, other factors unknown. Did any of these reports ever use the headlines where they actually help people?
No.
And so I want to offer into evidence some of these tobacco health reports, just a few of them. We'd offer into evidence PT 02875, PT 02876, and PT 02883. No objection. And so these are just some examples of these tobacco health reports. March birth and lung cancer are linked, and the people who born in March may have higher incidence of lung cancer.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with smoking, right?
Correct.
Fourth thing, they find occupational ties to lung cancer. Half of those in lung cancer cases found to be non-smokers. Did any of these tobacco and health reports come forward and reveal to the public they knew smoking was killing people and nicotine?
No, none of them did. But, you can see Dr. Berkson interviews suggest fallacies in smoking data.
Did they discuss internally around this time about how important doubt and false statements were to their success and possibility?
Yeah, they describe doubt as the product of their public relations efforts.
Often that is PT 02130. And so this is a memo from the Tobacco Institute, Earl Clements, we talked about him. By William Foster, the vice president, says our basic position in the cigarette controversy is subject to the charge and may be subject to the finding that you're making false or misleading statements to promote the sale of cigarettes, right?
Yes.
And there are other documents that talk about doubt and confusion that we can talk about on Monday. And I just wanted to end with a public statement from the 70s from two gentlemen involved with the conspiracy named Bowling and Wakeham. Do you know them?
Yes.
Are you familiar with an interview they gave in 1976?
Yes.
And again, we got another opportunity for somebody from the conspiracy to come forward, tell the truth, and try to help them.
Yes.
Wakeham and Bowling, we'd offered evidence PC 01699 VA. Objection. Bowling and Wakeham worked for Philip Morris, right?
They did. They also served on various committees for the Tobacco Institute and the Council for Tobacco Research.
And we were also involved with carrying out the conspiracy to steal health protection smoking. So the co-conspirators of both of them.
Yes, they were.
One co-conspirator told the truth. That could help some people, right?
If any one of the companies had broken, the jig would have been up. It just would have taken one.
Walling was the vice president of Philip Morris, right?
Yes.
And Wakeham was the top scientist there, correct?
He was head of R&D at the time.
These are time and was it a secret to the industry about how many people were getting hurt and dying?
No,
Was it a secret to them about the problem with nicotine addiction?
no.
And they didn't admit the truth for, well,
Another couple of decades.
so let me just show this interview and to come forward and tell the truth what they actually said. You could say that, please, Robert?
As manufacturer of the world's biggest selling cigarettes, are you concerned that the World Health Organization said that cigarettes are the cause of a worldwide epidemic of the disease at present, kills hundreds of thousands of smokers every year?
Am I concerned? I'm concerned, often in a different way than you might think. I'm concerned that people make claims, including those against our products, without adequate knowledge. There has not been sort of research really that was made want to say that. A lot of people in organizations who are talking about the subject who really haven't researched at all. Until they can tell us the world public, what causes cancer, for example, then I don't believe things can down, anything like that. I think it's very comfortable for a lot of people when they don't know. But to be able to find a target, cigarettes, because they're flavorful or something, is a very convenient target in a lot of areas. You must remember that it was not too long ago in this country that they took cigarettes called tuberculosis. Well, the tragedy of science was that they really were looking for the real cause of TB. You know, 7 states in the United States outlawed the sale of cigarettes as recent in the 1920s because they were sure they caused tuberculosis. First later, they found they had nothing to do with tuberculosis. But the tragedy of science was they quit looking for a while. How many people died as a result of that? That's what I think is very serious news.
Is it possible that your refusal to accept the evidence may be covered by the fact that you make cigarettes?
Is that possible? Well, of course, that's possible here. I think I'm a fairly reasonable human being and not in any way removed from the other members of society. I certainly wouldn't be in the business if I thought cigarettes were harmful to people. I think it's important that there be a lot of us around who are trying to keep the research honest and open. I think the real dishonesty is telling people things that are not so.
Are you saying that cigarettes are harmless?
I don't know that. I don't know if they're harmful or harmless. What I'm saying is I think someone should find out.
If you were convinced that cigarettes are killing people, would you stop making cigarettes?
personally on record. So yeah, it's said all along that simply there's plenty of ways to make a living. I have to believe in what I'm doing very strongly. But also, first of all, I certainly wouldn't, if I thought that was so, I would not smoke myself, or forbid my wife to smoke, or my children to smoke. But I think a rational human being, I think I probably read more of the evidence than most people who ever meet. A great deal more probably than a lot of the scientists who you've heard speaking out on the subject. And I choose to smoke. I enjoy smoking. And so 60 million other Americans all over the world. None of the things that have been found in tobacco smoke are at concentrations which can be considered harmful. But the components themselves can be considered harmful to me. Anything can be considered harmful. Apple salt is harmful if you get too much. I think many people are not eating that much. They're not eating that much. People are smoking a lot of cigarettes. Well, let me say it this way. The people who eat applesauce die. The people who eat sugar die. The people who smoke cigarettes die. Does the fact that the people who smoke cigarettes die demonstrate that smoking is the cause? There are polycyclic hydrocarbons. And they are carcinogens. Under certain circumstances with that animal, have been identified as so-called carcinogens. The WHO report goes on to say there are also other carcinogens such as nitrosamines, beta-methylamine. There's also a wide variety of irritants like acrylamine, nitric oxide, nitrogen dioxide, and co-carcinogens including cresol and phenol. Do your researchers show otherwise? No. You agree with it? I agree that there's a great deal of literature which indicates that some of the facts are different. And your own research? Well, in something, we have not examined all of it. Can you say that cigarettes do no harm to the cigarette smoker? I'm not in a position to say that. I don't know what harms the cigarette smoker or what doesn't harm him. I really honestly don't know that. You must be trying to get me to admit that cigarette smoking is harmful. I think that if the company as a whole believed cigarettes were being harmful, we would not be in the business. So we're a very moralistic company. I think management of Philip Morris is sincere in this position. I think there's a great deal of doubt as to whether or not cigarettes are harmful. If you read both sides, not only the point of view of the people who have missionary zeal to make the world stop smoking, but the people who are trying to be objective with respect to this question, you will discover that it's great deal of doubt. With regard to whether or not smoking causes all these diseases which are alleged to be caused.
So we just go back to 2130 real quick. It's an evidence where it says we're making false. Cigarettes. Coming during the conspiracy, during the time Leo Yount was smoking, during the time Leo Yount was a father, a husband, did R.J. Reynolds and the co-conspirators have the information that they were feeling they could have used to help him and other people?
Yes, they did.
Great for today.
All right, so enjoy your weekend. I will remind you again that we just did there's going to be a number of days. So you are still under my restriction.
What time we, Monday? Okay. I don't think the plan is good. Thank you, Alan.
Your Honor, one question is, if you found out about 21st,
This? Make sure, yeah, make sure. All right, just so you know, what I had in my outline to start today, I have almost half of it. So I don't know, I may finish Monday, maybe in Tuesday morning, but I'll try to finish Monday.